Okay. Hi, hello, how's everybody doing? I am still very tired. But also, hi, Krim, congrats on getting first, congrats on getting second, Marcellus, congrats on getting third, Zombie. Hi, Dragdoon, how are you? Yeah, yeah, I feel that. I was, like, the plan was to start earlier, but I was up really late working on basically learning how to like how I sound with this new mic. And that took longer than anticipated. Um, and so we'll have to figure it out. Hi, Garnet. How are you? Um, you make good days. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I felt like my voice, I don't know. I never think that my voice sounds flat, but I think it's really just because I only ever hear my own voice when I'm recording my, or like when I'm listening to like my videos. And I think my video voice is just different than my normal voice. And I probably would have realized it sooner, but I never really thought that. But, god damn it. Yes, I did have a good sleep. I ate. I did caffeinate, but we'll get there. I'm drinking some water too while we go. But yeah, it's just taking some time to get used to. It's like seeing yourself in HG for the first time. Where you're like, oh, I don't know if I like how that looks. There's a lot of detail. Um, you do need to get used to your own voice. We talked about that yesterday, and then I realized that I was not as used to my own voice as I thought I was. Anyways, not to go on a full hour-long tangent like we did at the start of the last or part of this. What we're gonna be doing today is we're gonna have to record some. We're gonna have to record the audio and edit it, but I don't know if you can tell, my voice is still not fully woken up yet. And I'm still a little bit tired and I still need a little bit of time to like get into the swing of things. So what we're gonna do instead is we are going to do the we're gonna record the background footage for the game. Yeah. Yeah, like I think it is just like when I'm doing recordings for videos, I tend to like I'm a lot like I'm putting more effort into performing it, but yeah. Anyways, we're gonna get the background footage for the video. I'm not really sure exactly how we're gonna do it because the you know for people who were here yesterday, you guys know. I guess I can describe it really quickly. The video title is, where is it in here? Script thing. Is it showing up? Yeah. Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy, and I'm still mad about it. So obviously, for a game or for a title or for a video like this, we're gonna need footage of Fusion Frenzy. The challenge of that is that Fusion Frenzy is in 4.3, and my videos are in, you know, whatever the normal ratio is. Hi, Kiefer, welcome in. So we're gonna have to work around that a bit and figure out what's gonna work best. The other issue is that if you look at this, this is how I would normally have the thing show up. It would be on screen like this. You saw the new mic tweet. Yesterday I was kind of memeing about it, and I would try and do like the up close deep voice stuff, and then I wasn't sure how it sounded. And I was like, I don't know if that's really cringe. The screen is showing black. That is by design. Don't worry, because I have paused the very real Xbox I'm using. What was it? Yesterday I was doing like a bunch of I was doing Widowmaker quotes because I think that the deep voice with the new mic, I feel like it sounds funny with the French. Because like or with the French accent specifically, it was the like the thing from the Alive cinematic was, when I was a little girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their heart never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive. Mon Dieu. You guys are silly. That got held for me. Apparently, it very specifically held that version of it, so that was fun. But yeah, like let me just really quickly show you. I can show you the headset mic in comparison. Give me one sec. The audio for this one's gonna be a little bit fucky. Just work with me. I have to turn down the volume on that a little bit. But yeah, this one is when I was a little girl, I had a fear of spiders. I actually can't tell the difference. Obviously, I can't hear me, so we're gonna have to trust you guys on whether or not that actually sounds different because you will have to kill me before, or you will be able to kill me before you'll be able to make me go back and listen to that part of this VoD. Anyways, it definitely sounds okay. Good, as long as it sounds different. I don't know any French. Like truly, I tried to learn. I know I can do what is it? Moins café, s'il vous plaît. Une chocolatine. Anyways, Starbucks orders. I can do Starbucks orders. Jambon Suisse. What else is there? I can't remember anymore. It's been a long time now. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, look, I'm from one of the English-speaking parts of Canada, and the English-speaking parts of Canada think they're too good to learn French. And also because we don't have to, because most of our stuff, most of the places that we'll go will still be in English. We should learn more French, though. I'm genuinely, I'm annoyed at myself that I didn't learn it because it wasn't taken very seriously in a lot of the schools I went to as a kid. And by the time I realized I wanted to, I was a little too late. I do want to learn though. Anyways, so not to go into any tangents before we get started, because we are basically going to be going on nothing but tangents for the foreseeable future. Because as you can tell, if I try to record this like this, it's not going to be visible. Like it's going to have cutoffs. It's not going to look right. It's going to look wrong anyways because it's 4:3, but we're going to make it work. However, what I'm going to do is something I haven't done in a while, but we're basically just going to do some fuck shit here, and we're going to have a bigger version of Zemu, or the Xbox, like this. Outsiders. Interesting. I didn't know about that. You guys are able to see this block now, but if I change it like this, you should no longer be able to see this block. Please tell me that you can no longer see the, like, can you see my face? Can you see behind it? Actually, I can check this, I'm dumb. Let me see the preview. Okay, yeah, cool. So what that means is that this big ass block that's in the middle is still visible to me. It's just only visible in the recording. And today's stream is gonna be a little bit fucky because I'm gonna have to do a lot of work to try and get the VODs and the footage to clip together while we're doing the for the VOD that I upload to the VODs channel of this. So like I'm gonna record this. It's gonna show the big black box, or I mean the box with the gameplay footage, and we'll have to go with that. It's gonna be a lot, you guys. There's gonna be a lot going on here. I'm gonna be having to download this stream off of Twitch after it's done, so that we can get all of that. But yeah, so right now we're gonna get ready to go with this, and we're gonna pray. I can't stand you guys. How dare you? Anyways, martial support troop. Love that. I forgot about that. Okay, so the important thing is that you guys are gonna be able to see this version of the screen, and I am going to be seeing some slight fuck shit, which will be fun. We'll have a good time with it. Let me make sure this actually has the correct controller connected. Okay, good. Yes, so oh god, I don't know how to make sure I'm ready to do this, because I've never tried to do anything like this before. Like I have not, I guess I did try and do this sort of thing a long time ago, back with like when I first was doing VTuber stuff on stream but wasn't showing it to anybody, like those old VLR streams. But that's so long ago, and also this is its own separate fuck shit. Whatever. Let us try to make this work. Because what we're basically going to do is we're just going to play through like a tournament and some mini games of the Fusion Frenzy stream thing. Or the Fusion Frenzy stuff, so that we can get enough background footage to probably use it for everything. I'm not sure exactly what all we'll need, but like, especially when I'm not like ready to do other parts of the video making process, I guess this is kind of the easiest one to like fit in wherever I need it to be. So like today we'll do it so I can warm up my voice a little bit and get ready to go. Yeah, Garnet, that's what the video's about. I think it still shows, yeah. Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy, and I'm still mad about it. So we're going to be talking about Fusion Frenzy. Not the Xbox, I mean, the Xbox 360 one does get mentioned in there. And I think I actually need to, oh, right. I was going to ask my mom if they have a copy of it somewhere at the house, because I would like to get footage of that for this too. Hold on. I'm taste Garnet. Wait, hold on. I have the art of myself in that outfit. Where is it? It's one of these. Not that one. Not that one. Also not that. Oh, I do have this one. This one's not that one, but it is still something. This is one of the first pieces that I got way back when I thought I was gonna make this video like last year. But I also have, where is it? This one, oh wait, it's a little bit too big. Hold on, let's shrink it down. Transform, 50 screen, look at him. Yeah, Naomi was my favorite. I was prepared to be like, during the Donathon when we played that a little bit, I was like, no, I'm not gonna, I hope nobody else is interested in playing Naomi, because that's not fucking happening. She is my character, not yours. She really was Garnet. Like, she was doing that. Anyways, okay, so I'm not sure what we'll do for this. Okay, I think actually what I'll do is I'm going to end the recording of the VoD, and then I'll start recording the footage for the video from this, and then I'll just have to remember, actually, let me make notes of like when I'm making the transition over. Where the fuck is my pen? There it is. And I won't stop calling when they act this way. I know I got them. We're gonna have to do this a few times, like later when we record the audio. So we'll go at 126 and we'll make the change, because we're gonna try and record as much as we can from here. Also, yeah, Jet, I mean, you're gonna see it. This is one of the fun things about using the way, or doing things the way that I'm doing them for this, is that they end up, you see a little bit more detail in the faces. Okay, we good to go? Yes. Okay, so if you are watching this as a VoD right now, you are seeing the stream VoD and not the original recording, because the original recording is going to be me making gameplay footage. So we're all gonna have fun with that. I might have to go and record a little bit extra afterwards if I really need the sound effects from the game, but I don't think I will, just because usually that's kind of disruptive. Okay, good. You guys anywhere? Something I did notice when I was testing out the mic last night is that there are a lot of sounds that really come through a lot better now. And also, I didn't hear myself lisp once when I was working through this yesterday. So, like, I think that it was legitimately the mic. I need everyone who said that I was coping to suck a fucking fat one. I was correct. If you're hearing otherwise, no you're not. You're a liar. You're a fraud. And I can't stand you. Sorry in advance for anybody who is insulted. But not really. God, this fucking game. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like a 6-stage tournament. Just because that'll be primarily the background, and also because we need a lot of footage. Oh god. This is gonna be like a half-hour long video.
Naomi, Jet, Dub, Gina, get ready! Go! Selecting zones for this game. Play starts in Power Station. Picking game.
Feels kind of mean that they don't have a pink scent or a pink zone. We're gonna be playing through all the like opening animation, cinematic things, whatever these are, because I think it looks better for the video than just like skipping straight to the mini games because they're only a minute long.
Get ready! 3, 2, 1, go!
I set them to the hard difficulty, right? Oh, I can't hit anything. God, the ability to see depth in this minigame, or in all these bug ones, is so hard. They're so limited. Where are you? Get hit by a train, you bitch! I can't see any of these bugs. I can see them, but I don't know where they're actually supposed to be. There we go. Just gotta go for the big one anyways, it's fine.
Naomi wins!
No problem.
I was just saying no goblin for a long time. It was a real point of confusion for me as a child, because I was like, I don't know what you mean no goblin.
Choosing minigame.
Oh, this fuck-ass one, I hate this. The AI are such bitches in this one, too. You know what? I can't remember if I actually set them to hard. We're gonna start again. Hold on.
Fusion Frenzy!
I feel stupid for doing it, but I want to make sure that... Because, like, the hard difficulty is the only one where they go full speed. Oh, it was hard. Okay, I'm stupid. Well, I think it's the same. Is it actually the same? Oh, it is the same character. It's weird.
Gina, get ready!
It's in the same order. No, wait, no, Dub was in... It's like third player or something.
Site of today's competition. Play starts on the waterfront.
There, we'll just try again. These nuts.
Choosing game.
Yeah, the really fun thing is that this is like upscaled to like 7 times what it originally is, and there are some assets that you can tell really can afford to be upscaled, and a lot that simply cannot. Oh wow, they gave it to me? Oh no, what did I do?
Get ready! 3, 2, 1, go!
Throw it harder, bitch. Let's go. Sometimes you gotta cheat a little bit, and that's good. Are you fucking kidding me? No, get back here. Fuck you. Oh. Come here, Dub. I know you want to. Ow. Bitch. Ow. Oh, that's not good. Never mind, these suck. That was close. I didn't like that. That's not good. Get back here, 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 get back here. Thank you, thank you. More trash cans. Look at me go.
Naomi wins! Jet needs to step up a gear.
What?
Ba.
Did you lose again?
Choosing minigame.
Remember we were playing this for the birthday stuff? And Papa was just like, I don't really know how to do this one. I think it was when we were doing the practice one. Papa was like, I don't really know how to do this one, so I'm just gonna like cause problems for everyone. You can also play this one in first person mode. Maybe we'll demo some of the first person stuff later, because that stuff is exhausting. You bitch. Drive, Gina, God. Doug really is just boy failuring his way to the end of this.
You lose!
Good enough.
Dub certainly missed the beat
Yeah,
there.
Jet looks insane with her face model, like... Ugh. It did, it was meant to. I was using an interview from the developers of this where they were talking about, like, all of that stuff. And like where they pulled from and everything. It was a lot of Fusion, or a lot of Mario Party. Oh hey look, it's the other version of that one we just did. When I was a kid I used to like trying to win this one in the first one, because if you can hit a bunch of them with like trees right at the very end of the first round, then, or if you can hit people with trees and like knock it out of them at the last second. Why are you I don't have anything. Fucking drive, no, get back here. I'm not done. Okay, maybe I'm done with you for now. What the fuck? I like when I press buttons and they don't press buttons, you know? That was fast. Thank you. See, look, double kill. Alright, Deb, you bitch. Let's fucking give her. Stay down there. Oh, never mind. That works. Fuck you.
Naomi wins!
You know, the first person mode,
Nope,
it only works for vehicle ones, I think. It's extremely disorienting in some of the vehicles, though. Like the ice vehicle ones, Knockout in particular, not a good idea to do. You're just gonna give yourself a migraine. I'm saying this like anyone plays this game anymore.
Turn your orbs into points.
I also just want to kind of show why I did need to get drunk to give everyone an equal shot when we were playing for the birthday donathon. It was a little stuttery.
Naomi. Dub. Jet. Gina.
If it ends up being too bad during the game, we can always downscale a little bit, but I think it'll be fine.
3, 2, 1, go!
Give me a speed boost. Ow, that didn't really work. Okay, hold on. Get back here. Don't you look on mine. I'll have that. No, no, no. That's mine too. Oh, you bitch. I used to just chase the character around and push him into the lake. I wouldn't even bother trying to score points as a kid. Yeah, that's what you all deserve. Go drown. Why don't I ever get to score them like that when I'm getting punched? It's so annoying. Oh. Don't grab those. Those are for me. Thank you.
Yeah.
If you gamble enough points, nobody else is, or colorless orbs won't spawn, so nobody else can really get me.
Naomi wins the waterfront.
That was actually pretty bad. I didn't do very good there.
You lose again.
I didn't know there were cheats until like 12, to be fair. 'Cause I for whatever reason, didn't... I mean, I wouldn't have thought there'd be cheat codes, because this isn't really the kind of game for that.
Moving to power station. Choosing mini game.
I mean, we're gonna do a practice one, not because I need it, but because it goes indefinitely. I didn't want to do it on stream because I didn't want to be mean and be like, hey guys, can you just like sit there and wait for a minute or two while I like have fun by myself because you all died because there's an input lag. I was reading really badly out of here though. This is gonna be my comeuppance. Fuck me. If we do actually really bad at this, it's gonna be so upsetting. I'm working so fast. Eyeball skirt. No! I can't jump fast enough to go over all those. No! Fuck!
Naomi wins the
I think I got
game.
once up to like 180 or something. I think that was my high score as a kid. I was very proud of myself.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Casino. Oh yeah. I don't know what the concept behind this level is. I've never really been able to figure it out because I don't get what they're on. I don't get what the like stuff around, like I don't know if that actually is water or what that is. Nonetheless, it is there. You can see the ducks in it now because it's upscaled and stuff, but like, you couldn't see that on the original Xbox. You can handle showing it. We're all gonna get knocked out at once. It'll be really funny. So you ruin everything.
Naomi is the winner.
No problem.
He really is just boy failuring his way through the entire goddamn minigame. Or through the entire tournament so far, huh?
Choosing mini game.
Can't pop, but don't stop. Oh, he's gonna be on my team.
Work together on this round to win the most orbs.
Oh, thank God. Pop, but don't stop. Oh.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
I would like that. Oh, never mind. She's gonna hit it and die to it, so that's not fun. The bots are not very good at handling this 4 bug, for being real. Oh, that's bad. That was bad for me too. Okay, that's on me. Can I please hit him? That didn't really work that way. I was hoping it would. Yeah, thank God the AI is bad at hitting others. Even my AI did not go after it. Or I can. Here, no, wait. Land a hit. Come on, let's go. Give me a bunch of points. Oh, he got more hit points. I just manually hitting all of them. But no, Gina, don't go for it. Don't go for it. Don't go for it. Gina, don't go for it. Gina, don't go for it. Don't go for it. Gina, no, 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 no. Gina! Dumb fuck. We can't afford to be doing this. We don't have that many points. Here, I'll do it. She can take the 15-point hit. Get up, get up, get up, get up, up. That's not good.
Team 2 wins.
I'll say Gina really let down the side there. I did explode her like once. But in my defense, she did deserve it.
Taking games.
Fuck! Centrifugal farce is right. I thought it was... I remember as a kid, the first time I heard the term centrifugal force, and I was like, no, it's farce. And they were like, no, you're an idiot. And I was like, no, I'm not. I saw it in my party game. It told me that it was a farce. I didn't really understand that it was a pun. Like, as a child, puns can be hard to kind of like put two and two together on. I hate this one because the AI knows exactly how to do it, and I never have been able to figure out how to like not die here. You remember last time Papa just killed himself over and over again on his stage shoot? Because he was like, I don't want to play this. And I was like, honestly, understandable. This map, this is like the worst one, I think. Because it's like, what if... Oh. Because also falling off destroys like a quarter of your points or half your points or something insane. Why don't you fall in the hole and die? You just do that. It is an option. Yeah, like that. Nope. Not like that, but that was rude. Oh. Oh, fuck. No, Dub needs to fall in the hole and die. Or I can. Again. Oh. And again. And again. I would like to not have... I'd like to have... I'm not winning. I'm not even getting... I'm last. Yeah, the screams are bad.
Not bad, but I think your
Baselines need tightening.
You're dancing Dub's tune now.
That's fine, I can still win.
It's time for Fusion Frenzy.
Last time I gambled all of them and they just chased me around beating me up, so I couldn't really get all of them. But this time it'll be different.
Naomi, Dub, Jet, Gina. Get ready. 3, 2, 1.
I don't know what Dub says there. A lot of these characters are like incomprehensible accents. I'll have that. I'll have that one too. That's fine. Hi, wait, Zilla, how about you? I'll have that. I'll take a second speed boost so that no one else can have it. And we'll zoom this in. Fuck you, Gina. Give me this and that. I think I'm doing better this time than I was last time when I had all the orbs. Let me just drown Gina a little bit, because why not? They're gonna lose all of their orbs because they're not very smart. Oh, I thought I would be able to jump out in time. That's upsetting. Let's take those. I'm doing definitely better this time than last time. I hope they all drown down there. Yeah, you know what? Getting one of them isn't bad. Good enough.
Naomi wins. Power Station.
What? Did you lose again?
Moving to downtown.
Give me my rhythm action, or my rhythm wins. Oh, or this fucking thing.
Work together on
works
this
too.
round to win the most orbs.
Fuck! I do truly think Dub was my least favorite character in the original, and not even by a particularly small margin. He says some really obnoxious voice lines, I don't want to tell you. Oh, Jet's head took a second to render in there. It's nothing personal.
1, go!
Nice one.
Don't hit me, that would be rude. If you'll have that one. Don't touch me. Rat.
Too easy.
Fine. You. Bring me back my stuff. Give me my delivery person.
Is the competition?
Oh, shit. Why is Jet just taking everything? Really, these are not useful to you.
Is the competition? Watch out!
Stop stealing my shit! No, fine, I'm waiting back here.
Is the competition?
I'll take that one. Dub, I needed that one.
Where is the competition? Oh, that's mine. Where is the competition?
Thanks for being my delivery person, Jet. If you can get the AI to just, like, deposit one gold one, they'll just keep trying to collect them for you, or for themselves, and you can just take all of them. See? Thank you, Gina. I'll have that one. From Jet.
Is the competition? Watch out! Oh, thanks.
Ah, fuck. I'm not gonna get there in time. Go get another one for me, please. I need 2 more by the time we're done. Can I get this last one in, do you think? Nope. I'm gonna get punched. That's fine.
Too easy.
Team 2 wins.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I like Jet a lot. I think that the color is cool. It's just that there's something about her design that's a little off. Unfortunately for everyone, Naomi is just kind of the best. Oh, this one. I felt bad when we got this one on the Donathon because I was like... Because it's the same pattern every time. So if you've played it before, which I have, and if you really liked rhythm action games when you were a child like I did, because I like playing Dance Dance Revolution and shit, you may have played this one a lot. And also because when you play against the AI, they rarely miss one in this, like on hard difficulty. So you have to keep learning how to do it until you could get it basically perfect each time if you didn't want to take dead last. I've used this one as background music a lot in videos too, I think. The problem is that my hands are fatter than they were when I was a kid, so it's a little bit hard to like hold the controller the way I want to. See? Don't believe it! A 4-way tie! Yeah.
Picking game.
Oh, yeah, no, there are very few lines I don't know, and they're all related to other characters winning.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
She's gonna ping me, isn't she? She is.
Watch out!
Too easy.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
Oops, too easy.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
too easy.
Yeah.
Why did you really do anything mine. I didn't do anything to anybody. Just a little guy.
Yeah!
Got this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose this one anyways.
All
This
right.
is how it goes.
Yeah!
Okay.
Maybe not.
All right. Yeah.
Stop repainting my shit. It's rude.
All right. Yeah.
Ah, I missed. I think we're good. Look at that. Never mind, I do win.
Naomi wins!
No problem.
Can't believe I ever doubted. This is a weird tournament.
Fusion Frenzy! Decide whether to bank your orbs or gamble them in Fusion Frenzy! Naomi, Dub, Jet, Gina. Get ready! 3, 2, 1, go!
Hey.
Oh, okay. Bitch. Give me those. Okay, no, I'll just kick you, I guess. Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone. Why do I get to score them when that happens? I hate this game. Give me this. Everyone gets to steal my stuff. Why don't I have to hammer her? Let me hit her. They're so mean to me. Oh, this is hateful. It's targeted. It's homophobic. It's bullying. We, as gay people, to be better to each other. Wow, I am actually getting completely shit kicked here because the AI has just decided to fucking beat my ass every chance they get. That's so fun of them. Whatever, I'm still winning.
Gina wins! Downtown!
280-point lead even when I take dead last. I don't know why I'm taunting. It's not like there's anyone here to hear me. It's not like there's nobody playing this game with me. I'm just being a bitch to myself. What's this one? I don't know why they're targeting me either. Everyone's so mean to me. Kind of sucks. I usually am pretty good at that stage, but for a reason it's just like it was not the vibe today, I guess.
3, 2, 1, go!
Go away. I'm so dead. But, yeah. Oh. Oops, I missed. Please don't! Why don't the armor power-ups ever spawn near me? Don't shoot me! Why did you get to shoot twice so fast? Oh, one armor power-up did spawn near me and I didn't ignore it. I just ignored it entirely. That was not smart. I'll take that. I'll take that as well. Block the shot. Don't care if I die, I got her instead. Or as well, I guess. Oh, I missed. Oh, I know I missed again. Nope. I'm not gonna just tank ones. At least I didn't take last.
Dub wins!
Solo, every night.
Pure skill?
Picking game.
Fuck. This one's another one the AI is just like stupidly good at, and it's really annoying. The lazy, I mean, I guess it is especially my fault. I did put it on hard, but also because if you don't put it on hard, then the game slows everything down a little bit. Like the rollerball games don't go as fast.
Get ready! 3, 2, 1, go!
Leave me me alone, anyone leave me alone. Why am I not picking it up when I'm touching it? Give it to me! How much do I have to touch the thing that I'm supposed to pick up every time I touch it?
What's this?
Give me this. I'll have this. Keep this. I never understood like what the condition is to make this thing actually latch on, because it often just won't. No, no.
What's this?
Why does that get to automatically reconnect to you? I don't get that privilege. I'm doing so bad, leave me alone.
Only seconds left.
What's this?
No.
Oh, thanks.
You know what, at least I'm gonna take second. Good enough.
Jet wins the game.
That's true.
That's how you do it.
Shockingly, a lot of the minigames in this party game are more fun with human players, because then there's like
In game.
not just AIs beating the shit out of you on repeat. This one, as a kid, I specifically remember being really good at it on the demo, and then like never won it when I got the actual full game for whatever reason. Excuse me.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
That was definitely what I meant to do. I'll have that. And I'll have that. Don't touch me. It'd be so rude of you. Ow. Da-da-da. Oh, I missed. Yeah, that's gonna be me exploding. But I'm gonna land on him. I'm gonna land on him. I'm gonna get the kill. Good enough. Oh, I don't get points for that. I guess he just dies. I missed. Oh. Okay. I'll take that. Give me that. Ooh, I like threaded the needle right between those two. No, Jet. Rat. Give me that. Like that. There we go. Good enough.
Naomi wins.
What? Did you lose again?
Don't worry, I promise we'll get into the voice recording for this eventually. Those are insane. We're gonna do this so we can have like the generic B-roll, and then if we do need to go back in to like get some extra stuff, then we'll do that after. Like get some extra mini games or something, because that might still have to happen.
Bank your orbs or gamble them in Fusion Frenzy. Naomi. Dub. Jet. Gina. Get ready. 3.
This should be enough footage though, because we're gonna have like about an hour's worth.
Go!
Why am I the first one getting beaten up?
Hey, that's mine. All right.
Hey, that's mine.
That one.
That's mine. Hey, that's mine. Get me more. Hey, get me more.
No, that's rude. That's fine, I just wanted the speed boost, honestly. Wow. What is the point of the weapon? I can't hit people with it. God, I can't do shit today. We've been distracted with each other for long enough to get some points, thank you, eventually, finally. We'll beat each other up for a bit. And I'll have that.
Naomi wins military base.
No problem.
Why did I just skip that fast?
Moving to Outlands. Selecting game.
Last man standing.
Team game.
Fuck! I kill my own teammate and then still win, do you think?
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh yeah. Don't do that. That's rude. That's rude. That's rude. That's rude. Don't do that. Bitch. Oh fuck. I thought I released it in time. I don't know why I'm. Oh, never mind. They're targeting him now. So no one's giving me any bombs to throw. Ouch. What? Okay. Well, I guess I'm just bad at this. Somehow I'm losing when it's not even like really meant to be possible for me, or in ways I shouldn't be able to lose. Oh god. Bye, Dub. Oh, never mind. Thank god I didn't kill my teammate. Gino's next. Oh. Oh, get him. Okay. Dub, I forgive you because you have actually been competent for this round. What? More than me. Dub's actually 3. He's. Oh, no, never mind. That's what him. Oh, no. He's got it. Holy shit, he might actually carry me. Okay. I'm sorry, Dub. I should not have been as mean to you as I was. So you're kind of kicking their ass. And I didn't do shit this round. Yeah, he wins. Holy shit. Look at us go. It would be a team up.
Yeah!
Yeah.
And I contributed. The team up ones are weird because the AI will pick one member of each team to tank. Like, when they both have the same amount of health, they'll just pick one person to team up on. Which obviously isn't ideal if you're the one they choose to team up on. Because, like, once there's more than a couple bombs, you have to just, like, spam the button to, like, knock them off the edge. Oh, this one is chunky as all hell right now.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, I'm so fucked. Never mind, I'm winning. Because I was supposed to drive off a cliff. Just stay as far away as possible from all of them. She'll get herself killed. Oh, that was on me. I did that. It's fine. As long as Dub goes out first here, I can't lose. Oh. I mean, I think I still win. I'm just gonna hang up here until she gets herself killed. And there we go. I could never screw people over in this one because it's too, like... It's too finicky.
What? Did you lose again?
Being stuck on the grid doesn't work for me.
No problem, Naomi.
But don't stop.
Choosing minigame.
I want to do at least a couple rollerball ones in the Coliseum. So, yeah. Thank you for the hydration check, Chase.
There's no room for both of us.
There's always room for you, cutie. How are you? Also, to be fair, during the stream, I don't think it was the delay. I think it was the fact that you kept on hitting your teammate, if I recall correctly. That's very far as oh. I'm gonna chuck bombs in the general vicinity of the enemies. Look at us go. We're doing great. Okay, sometimes I'll hold it until it's fully charged and still don't go very far. What are you doing to me? Bitch! Ow. Ow. Objective really. Oh, she did sneak it at the end. Fuck!
Jet wins.
So I can work. Nice. I hope work was good.
You can do better than that, Gina.
I knew I could do it.
Bada. Don't stop.
Fusion Frenzy! Decide whether to bank your orbs or gamble them in Fusion!
Very accomplished. Nice. Oh, this is the one that also really stutters badly because of the destructible environment, I think. That was what we figured at least. Although it seems to be running smoother today. Maybe Parsec was just a little bit too much for the PC to handle on top of everything else.
Get ready!
I think it must be Parsec actually that was causing the issue for at least some of it.
Get you for that.
Check in. Give me the bomb, or not the bomb, this will boost. Resume. Why do you get to deposit that when you are being kicked in the head? That one. Have that. Take this. Don't do that. No! I wasn't even down there. I hate it here. Can we stop letting Dub take all of my points? Please and thank you, AIs. Get out of my way, Jet. You can't have those until I have them, please. Okay, if I can't have them, none of you can. Leave my orbs alone. Fine, good enough. Still win, even if it wasn't very good. It is! We're fusing the frenzy. It's all going lovely.
Final stage, Coliseum.
I miss being a child when I could just be good at this game. Because I had tiny little child reflexes. Oh, it's... Why is it always pinball?
It's time for a
God
team
damn it.
game.
This game insists on pairing me up with Doug. Like, this minigame is like a lot of these minigames are a lot more fun when you're playing with humans because they just will play fair and they'll play like a person would actually play as opposed to the AI, which are just insane at this. Leave me alone, Jet. Nope, I should have made a looking for that. We're gonna say that I'm running defense for Dub. How about that? Which I mostly am, actually. No. Ooh, that's fine. Just block from getting to the goal, it's fine. Good work, Dub. Oh, that's good work, Dub. How come that always gets transferred directly out of me? Fuck. If I was an AI, I would have stolen it from right there. Because for everything. Oh, what? No. Dub, I left on the side, I'm so sorry. What the fuck? What do you mean? She just gets a bounce from 14 points? Okay, Dub, I need you to carry this. I need you to get us to the end. Maybe I will. Nope. Gina, you bitch, get back here. Nope, that didn't really work.
Team 1 wins!
Again, in my defense, I don't know what happened. My defense, I don't really have a defense, it just went really bad. Going away. Oh, thank God. I shouldn't say this. Yeah. I'm gonna get my ass handed to me in this one. I just know it too. Uh-oh. Go away, Jet. Ugh, can't make good contact. Ooh. No. I've been so bad in this stage, guys. Focus on the other ones. Focus on each other. Fight each other. No! What do you mean? I used to be so good at this one as a kid. Really is not. Well, I mean, I am still winning the tournament, and I'm almost certainly going to. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. Gina is out.
Uh-oh.
Jet wins the game. Let's hope Naomi does better next time.
Bitch.
That's how
After I
you do
kill
it.
these three, I'm going for the announcer. Do they have another round where I only got like 2 points? Or I only got 4 points?
Choosing mini game.
Oh, this one. I should go over 3 here.
Get ready. 3, 2, 1, go.
Where is the competition?
It's fine, there's another bomb up there that you can run into for me. Get out of my way.
Even dope.
Kind of thought more people were going to run into some of these bombs, but that's okay.
You're not even close.
I might not be doing too hot here. This one was never a good one for me. Oh, wait. Might be able to recover it. Nope, fuck. No, what do you mean? No! I didn't hit it!
Looks like Naomi needs a little help, guys.
I'm setting myself on fire. Not that I need to. One of these dumb bitches will do it for me. Like, I literally didn't hit it. I am so certain that I avoided that.
Frenzy!
Oh, shit.
Bank your orbs or gamble them.
I got the pity orbs,
Fugitive
too.
Frenzy.
That was so hateful of it. Alright. I'm pretty sure it was Jet that did... If anyone pushed me into it, it was Jet. So, let's
Naomi.
take that little pink bitch down a peg or two. How about that?
Jet. Gina. Get ready. 3, 2, 1.
And we'll kick Gina in the head a few times first. Let's get on the scoreboard. I'll have that one, thank you. I'll have that one too, actually! Okay, give me that one too. And that one. Why would I go collect my own? You guys are bringing them all to me. Fine, you know what? Give me that. I'm just gonna keep hitting her with a hammer for a while. Oh, I mentioned this great things like Simmons too. You're kidding me. Did it just crash? No! This took an hour! And we needed the finale thing. I don't know how to refresh this so that it doesn't cancel this recording. You know what we're gonna do? Or no. I wanted to get the win thing is the thing.
This is the funk bass your mom will
This is
appreciate.
gonna be terrific.
Oh wait, no, that was the right one. Fuck. Whatever. We can keep rotating. It'll give us the right one eventually. We get the same characters. Wait, that's not gonna work either. I know it will work. No, there's a lot of possible combinations of characters, and trying to get the right combination so that it looks consistent for the video might be a little bit harder than I was anticipating. I believe we had it and I just skipped right over it right at the beginning. Yeah, there is a finite number of combinations, but it's a lot of combos. Wait, can I... No, I can't do that anymore. I keep getting 2 of them, but not all 3. You know what? That's just gonna be good enough. So let me just swap to the recording real quick. If we need to, we'll go back later and we'll get that. Also, yeah, we'll swap the... If you are watching the VoD, that's where we swap back. That's genuinely so annoying. I can't believe it fucking did that to me. It... Oh. I even had a 4-stack as it was happening. I'm dying a bit on the inside in my soul. We honestly might just go back and do another tournament later just so I can get the footage for it. I don't think I ever had that happen in any of the times I tested that out either. It just did it this one time. Just to be hateful. Yeah, something like that. Anyways. Actually, what we might do... I'm going to run through the script really quickly first and just see if I like how it is, and then we'll probably go through the recording of it. Let's do a quick review. I'm not going to read through it out loud though, because I don't want to stress out my voice too much, but... So how's everyone's day been? How are you doing? Let me see if I can turn on... I'll go find the Your Turn to Die soundtrack again while we do this. Because that was actually kind of fun to have. Although, fun fact, that did get copyrighted yesterday. It got claimed by random people who I think made the samples that they used, which I thought was kind of funny because we'd specifically had a whole long conversation that we got derailed for however long for being like, oh my god, we can do this without copywriting. Morton soundtrack good. Oh, Tim Hortons food isn't very good though. Anyways, let's do a quick review of this. It's really cheap, exactly. I'm doing good, thank you. Sorry, I'm just gonna be a little quiet while we're reading through this because I just want to like make sure I don't miss things. Hey Draco, we're doing good. We definitely aren't struggling with the psychological damage of spending an hour getting raw footage and then dying. Oh god. The road trip sounds intense. I haven't been on one since I was in Australia. Um, realize I use the word pretty to like describe things often, like pretty often, pretty regularly, whatever. I need to maybe stop doing that as much. Sorry, no, this is like not thrilling, engaging content reading through this, but this is, I mean, this is what I promised. It's up at the top. Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy and I'm still mad about it. Oh yeah, we blocked this. Skip the ad. Okay, thank you for the alert, Rico. Sounds good, I'll drink some water. Oh, I had the stream. I the stream wasn't active, to be fair, for most of the night. I shut it down because I was working on getting the mic to work properly, and I can't really do that on stream. But thank you for the look nonetheless. I appreciate it. Hopefully. Um, this is probably unnecessary. Let's have some. No, I don't. No ads. Unless I'm getting paid for them. No ads. Yeah, I was looking at my analytics on Twitch lately because, like, usually I don't make like very much money off of ads on Twitch just because Twitch ads are just not that valuable. But oh my god, wait, hold on. Actually, I did see a useful ad. Elf brought back its jelly pop stuff. Hold on. Sorry, I'm gonna get distracted for a second. Wait, did they not bring back all of it? They didn't bring back like the cleanser. I'm so angry. Elf, you are not seeing heaven. Or did they? And it's just in a different menu. Hold on. I do need to actually check this because this is legitimately like Elf has some of the best skincare that I've ever used, and I couldn't find it anymore because they like it's only a summer thing. So they brought back the primer and stuff, but not the cleanser. can't have anything nice. Can't believe I stopped because I actually saw an ad that was relevant and it turns out to just be a fuck you to me. I hate this place. I hate it here. For people who don't know, ELF is a makeup and skincare company. ELF, eyes, lip, face. Their stuff is really affordable. I mean, I don't wear makeup, but like I have bought a bunch of their skincare in the past. And they used to, or they have a collection called Jelly Pop, which is like a summer collection where things are like watermelon scented. I like the smell of it, but I also really like the like consistency because they have a cleanser that's like a gel cleanser, so it's not like it doesn't foam up. It was really, really nice. And they had a moisturizer that was also a gel moisturizer. It was really, really good, and I couldn't really find a good alternative for it. And I was so annoyed because they only do it during the summers, and even then, only sometimes. So like a few years back, I stocked up on a bunch of it, but I ended up still running out of it because, you know, it's a finite product. You can't have too much of it because it'll expire or whatever. And the ad was for ELF being like, hey, we brought back the Jelly Pop collection. And then they didn't. They only brought back a couple of the items, and I hate them. Should we do a 4? Oh, actually, that might be better to do. We might do a 4-round tournament just so that we can, like, then the whole tournament can maybe be played in the back. We might do a 4 and a 2 just to see which one ends up being, like, the most efficient for the background footage. Fusion Frenzy 2 was so bad. I know I talked about it yesterday on stream too, probably. But when I was, I mean, I'm sure I mentioned it a bunch of times. When I was a kid, oh no, I did mention it yesterday, yeah, because it was like the only game I ever remember hearing about in a newspaper, and my mom was reading a paper and was like, hey, they came out with a sequel to Fusion Frenzy, because she knew I loved it. And then I was like, oh my god, really? Like, that's the most important news I've heard all, like, in my entire life. And she was like, yeah, it turns out it's not very good. I was like, oh. Actually, wait, I wonder if I can find that old article. Because if I can, I might put a note of that in this. I'm almost certain I can't, but I do want to see if I can find something in there. So it'd be like an old copy of it. I don't remember which paper it was either. It was probably... Yeah, no, there's no way I could find that. There's no way they would like that would be preserved enough to save the specific. Actually, wait, hold on. No, wait, maybe I could. Fusion Frenzy 2 came out on January 30th. I wonder if issues. It's like I'm not looking for articles though. I'm looking for like whole papers. Probably February 2009 or 2007. I don't think it was in this one. Oh, I need a subscription to view this? That's so cool. I can just like zoom in enough to see if any of these would even have the right layout for the ad. I don't think it was in this paper though. I think it was in the other one. It has to have been. This is like very stupid and I shouldn't be bothering with this. Oh, well the Edwin Sons just straight up doesn't have anything bookmarked that far back, or like archived that far back apparently, so. I wonder. Oh, this isn't available online? Eh. It was a long shot. I didn't think that they would have it, but like... I feel like it'd be worth checking. There's no way this link still works. Yeah, it's just a 404. I wish that when companies were like, oh my god, wait, they uploaded this new like teaser for this game, and it's like, okay, but like, could they maybe have like include a screenshot in your article? Hmm.
Hmm.
I'll keep it more neutral. Yeah, whatever. I did the rig for my model. I did it all myself, which is why it is janky as shit. There's a reason why his mouth does not look right. I could... Rigging up most of the rest of it, like the hair, this shit took days to make it like mostly move. But it's meant to look like he's got like, you know, gel and stuff in his hair, so it like is mostly structured. The mouth, I have no idea what the fuck to do with that. I don't know how to make a mouth look like a mouth. I don't know if I'd say there's a reason why the model is very like simple. Like the jacket, there's a reason why it's meant to look like it's like made of like some pretty stiff materials so that it's not gonna wobble around a bunch. That's meant to be pretty static. I mean, yeah, the mouth does move, but like it does not sync up with the sounds I'm making. And it's not because I don't, like, I mean, I guess now it's a little bit decalibrated because I got the new mic, but I was wondering when someone would do that. Thanks. Also, we will have to put the jacket back on for the video recording, so, and that'll be relatively soon, I think. Maybe should like comments. But yeah, no, it was all my own thing because I could not afford to pay for a rigger. I said this before, I really want to get another, like a 2.0 eventually. I've got some ideas. I've got like things down in little notes all over the place of like, oh, I would like to have this, like this kind of haircut or this kind of design or this kind of outfit for a 2.0, but like all that stuff is like in a fantasy where this blows up and like inexplicably I can afford one of the like real expensive ones. Like this one costs about, well, it was supposed to cost 800, but I got a partial refund because she didn't finish it and then did not cut it very well. So I also, some of the rigging is also a little bit limited because of that. But I mean, I didn't get scammed as bad as a lot of the people that paid her for it because she, yeah, she just took a lot of people's money and then disappeared on them, which was interesting. But yeah, no, I mean, it depends on your model. It depends on, I mean, Haluciel, she's tagged in all of the stuff. I credit her for it, but also I will not apologize for talking shit about the thousands she stole from a lot of people. She's gone now. She was the one who made Kenji's original model, and if you remember back, like Kenji's son, a long time ago, he talked about how like he originally wanted to get a black model because he's black, but he couldn't get one done, so he got like kind of just a basically a more tan version of his current model was the pitch, like the original art. And like he is an artist, so he drew it himself and sent it to her. And she like, let me just find Kenji real quick. Actually, I'll get a picture of him for people who don't know, because I know like there are a lot of people who only like where I'm really the only VTuber they watch. I will not put that in there. this in here. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of racism and stuff that goes on in the VTubing community. There's a lot of artists who will say that they can't draw black people or they can't draw black hair, and like, I know this is something that my friend Tenchi has talked about a lot because he's a black VTuber and like he'll show me art that he's paid for, where he'll be like, this person did not draw my hair the way it's supposed to be. Like, I don't know what they were doing. Why are there braids between the braids? That's not how that works. Or he'll be like, they just draw me looking aggressive in everything. And like, there are a lot of excellent artists out there, and like, this isn't meant to disparage everyone or like paint with too broad of a brush or anything like that. It's just mostly like, there's a lot of people out there who simply don't put in as much or don't care as much as they should for this stuff. Where the fuck is, I did just save this. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. So yeah, this is Sanket. This is actually, he's the reason why I went with Halusil, because I really liked his model when I was looking for an artist. But VTuber models are stupid expensive a lot of the time, and like, the cheaper you go, the riskier it is. Like, the more you're likely to run into some issues, because like, you know, oftentimes like the people who are good at making VTuber models, for people who don't know, it's not just like one static image that you have to animate and yeah, Kenji's made a bunch of stuff. He's a pretty popular indie VTuber at this point, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, for people who don't know, everything is like separate layers. Like with my model, hold on. Well, because we basically, actually, let me just finish reviewing this really quickly. Because we were just at the end of this. Let me make sure there's also no new channel members on YouTube. If you would like to get these shoutouts, hold on, I'll plug the membership thing here, because there's also still a poll going on, like a member's choice poll. So if you would like to become a channel member and get your name in the credits and also vote for one, you can find that there. It's $5 a month. I will continue plugging that because I like it when people get to vote on the members' choice, because like, the members' choice polls are so fun to me. Hold on, I'll also find, where was the topic for that? Let me find that really quickly. The more people vote on the members' choice polls, the more like they're kind of reflective of what people actually want, which is kind of the idea behind it. Because that was why a lot of the members' choice ones are like a bit of a blend of Overwatch topics and then more generic ones. And the reason for that is because I kind of want, or like not generic, like more broad ones, because I want it to be a thing where like people could kind of, what's the word? Where people could kind of decide whether they wanted to get like the Overwatch stuff still, like if they still wanted those topics or if they wanted me to diversify a bit. And they've kind of been, actually, what has been the distribution of it? Not video essays, we wanted to go with this. They've kind of alternated between like, I mean, they're mostly Overwatch ones, but they've done some other stuff outside of that. Definitely the first, like, yeah, like especially, because the thing is, okay, this is something I remember I talked about with Squidgy last year, where I specifically said, I think that I've gotten to a point where people trust me enough that they're interested in what I make, even if it's not about Overwatch. And then I got humbled a little bit. So I did not end up making more of that, like, because that was in May of last year, I think was when I had that thought and we had that discussion. Because I had put out the character design one with the VTubing one. I had done some other stuff here and there that I'd done really, or pretty decently, like the Dunning-Kruger one was a really fun one. And then I put out the Quantum Redshift video that flopped, the Clue video that flopped, and then the queer representation Overwatch one did really well. The Overwatch thing of Theseus' ship didn't do great. Flora's Mayhem was just a throwaway one. The Barbie Girl one did okay. The Spike Chunsoft one flopped. And that was like all over the summer of last year. So I was like, okay, message received. I'm not at that point, at least not yet. Yeah, now with the Inescapable video, there's like my audience or my like subscriber base has almost doubled, or not almost, I guess I should say, like when the Inescapable video came out, what day was that? That was, because I want to check and make sure that I get my numbers right. It was April 22nd. So there have been like more than 4,000 new subscribers since then, and a lot of them came from that one video. So now I do have the room to diversify a bit, which is nice, and talk about some more visual novel stuff. I'm hoping that the Buried Star one, this is the topics that they're currently voting between. I will not disclose what is the current state of that vote, If you are a member, don't disclose it either. Keep it a secret. I want it to be a surprise for people, at least as of right now. But I'm really hoping for the Buried Stars one, because that one is, I want to talk about that a lot. I originally wanted to make a video about it, and then I was kind of like, you know, I don't think I should push it. I think I should maybe just kind of stick with what I've got. But then a bunch of people responded like really, really positively to all the Buried Stars references in the Escape Build video, and a bunch of people went and watched the VoDs of it. A bunch of people were like, wow, I've never heard of this game before, but I really like it. Or a bunch of people were like, I love this game, please make a video about it. So I was like, okay, well, at least like consider it. And I was like, I don't really want to, I'll make that the members' decision if they want to. Anyways, so I was going to talk about the layers. When it comes to VTuber models, it's not as simple as just like drawing a picture. And you might assume like, yeah, of course, there's like, you know, you've got to animate stuff. But like each one of these things, I'm going to see if I can find, where's the thing so I can like, this thing. This one. So like each one of these things here in this big long list, each one of these is an item. Well, I'll put the jacket back on so you can see more of them. If it will let me. It will not let me. Hold on, let me just tab out maybe. Maybe the menu needs to be closed. Hold on. There we go. So like each one of these little bits that gets highlighted in red is a separate thing. So like this neck shadow is one thing, but the neck itself is a different thing. The jacket is a separate thing. Or I guess the jacket and the torso are separate things. Different parts of the coat are all separate pieces that all have to be like animated to move together. On the belt, if you look, I don't know if you can see the belt really. You can see a little bit of it. There's a little bit of a shine to it, but like all of it is like there's. Oh no, I can't. Oh, you can't see the menu of these. Hold on. You know what, we're gonna swap to the recording screen really quickly. Oh no, that one won't show it either. Where is a good one for this? The just chatting screen that I basically have never used. There, you can see it here. I should use this more. It's a really nice screen. Let me just make the V2 model a little bigger because he's a little tiny back there. There we go. But yeah, so like all of these art meshes, each one of these things is an item that has to be drawn separately. Like these are all different layers. Like if you've ever worked in like a photo editor or video editor, you can, I don't know what that means. You can, you know that there's like separate layers that you can have. So this one has, highest number there is 135. 137 plus a couple things that are just like separate things. Like there's about 140 to 150 layers in this one. Some of them are very small things. Like there's a lot of layers in the eyes. Hold on. I wonder if I can find all the ones that are like mesh 95, I think is what we're looking for. Like when I like a good example is the hair. Actually, the hair, there are however many layers are in here. I think I actually can find it because I have some things that customize the amount of layers of hair. Like the, okay, yeah, so to do this, the brown hair, this requires 23 art meshes to be adjusted. What is it? Oh, when we do the plastic ducks, when I'm taking a break from stream, you just get to get one of the ducks named after you for that. For the red hair, I think it's 27 because I changed, I think, something else for that. Wait, is it not? What did I change for this? I changed the eyebrows. The eyebrows are different colors for this one. So the brown one, because that one has the same eyebrows, those don't get changed. The red one has 27 because it has different colored eyebrows. And then the puppa one has 29 because I also recolored the eyes, and the eyes take extra. The eyebrows are left brown, but I had to make a bunch of extra changes to the eyes because there's like 12 layers in each eye. Not all of them had to be recolored, but like if you look really, really close, hold on, let me see if I can grab this. YouTube Studio, we'll zoom him in a lot so you can see his face better. I'm gonna make him giant here so you can maybe see this one very small detail that I'm talking about. if you look right at the top, like his eyes are blue. If you look right at the top of his eyes, like in the eyeliner area of it, you can also see that it, oh, that's the jacket. That's not what we wanted to do. There's like a little green bit in the eyeliner for that one, and that had to be shifted to blue for this as well. And the red one just has his green eyes because I thought the red would be a little too much. The blue turned out really, really good. I really like this one. Something moved. Something shifted in the Earth's axis. The y-axis just get a little bit of a tilt. So I'm gonna do that later. Okay, bye. We're gonna start recording the audio for this pretty quickly. Let me just zoom in back down to a normal size for this screen. But yeah, like it's a complicated process. Also, I'm kind of wondering, it would be fun to do the video on this background because I've done that before. I did it for the quantum redshift one for at least part of it. But the problem is that I want to show the gameplay. This is something that I was also kind of struggling with before, is like figuring out how I'm going to show that. Because it's like, because the footage is like 4:3, which we talked about before. Which means that either I crop it, which makes it look worse, or I have to find something to like border it. And what I've done in the past, I think, was that I used a cropped TV asset from this and used that as a border, but I still don't, I don't know, man. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do for that. Because the thing is, I want to figure that out before I record the audio, because this is the recording screen. I record this, and I'll show you guys later when we do the actual like editing for the video. I record this. Thank you for the lurk, Draco. And I will then just put this down in the corner of the screen. So this is the talking, this is the the booth. But yeah, I'll need to find like a better, I should ask an artist to do me like a specific overlay or something for that sort of thing, because I don't have one for the videos. They're usually kind of just like jumbled together. I want to show the screen recording one, but I think it's going to show my actual screen. I don't know if I really need that in here. Oh, also, this one has like a shitload of extra overlays. Like, for example, in the Spike Chunsoft one, there's this one because it was redesigned to look like the watches from 999. So this is the one I used in the Spike Chunsoft video for that section. Where was the other one? I did, this was the the Somnium Files one. This was Nirvana, or no, that was just the Somnium Files. We did Rain Code, which just had the little logo in there. I don't know if I had a different, I thought I did something different for that one. Anyways, I did a Barbie backdrop for the Barbie video, like the Rule 34 and how companies lose control of their characters. I had other ones I know. Oh, there's the Canada one for when I did the Sojourn video. Do I have any? Oh, this one, and this one, if it'll, oh wait, did I delete this asset? Where is it? Oh no, it's just behind the other one. I'm stupid. Hold on. I had this one for when I did the queer rep in Overwatch. Yeah, that was how, like, again, we're getting all kinds of looks behind the curtain here. Oh wait, that's not what we want. I'm trying to think what other stuff that I did where I was like, let me go back to the birthday donathon overlay thing that I had. Because I've done this in the past where I had a, hold on, we'll take the jacket off for now because we're not recording yet. There was another video that I did, the Clue one, which I don't think I can show very much of on stream. I think I do still have the finished video, or at least part of it in here. Oh, did I delete all of the other versions? Oh, maybe they're in, hold on. I might have deleted all the old versions of it that didn't work. Or that like got held up. Oh wait, did I delete the, where is that? Where is that? Oh, did I get rid of my working folder for this? Yeah, where did that one go? I must have just deleted it, or I must have moved it to like a backup drive because it was a very large folder. Because I screen recorded the entire movie so I could use clips of it because I wasn't sure exactly what clips I would need, and also I kind of just wanted to watch the movie again. But yeah, I thought I'd at a time. Well, the live streams they're coming and going as I'm like my goal was to keep it live 24/7, but I wasn't able to do that overnight because I wanted to work on getting the audio fixed for the mic and like make sure that worked. But yeah, I think what we might do is we can move over to the recording screen because we're gonna need to record the script. Wait. Okay, yeah. We need to record this, but for the sake of the VoD, I could probably actually put in the chat in here, couldn't I? Where is it? Yeah, so if we took this and just put it like over here, then that way you guys can still see the chat, even if you're watching it as a VoD or whatever. Well, we need to just, it annoys me to have the stuff there. Fuck, my back hurts. We're going to keep seeing yourself take echo. We're swapping back. I was just showing off some of the backdrops I have. Oops, that's the Twitch one. I didn't want to close that. I think the one I'm most proud of is this Zero Escape one though. This one I think was genuinely very good because it's meant to look like the Zero Escape, like specifically the 999 watch. It took me so long to make that one too. Like you have no idea. Anyways, so what we're gonna probably have to do here. I mean, yeah, kind of a submarine. If you know, hold on. Let me show you what I'm actually referencing. It's I think this might actually be the exact image that I had to use. We'll go back to the birthday one because every time I use this one, I end up having to. I don't want to have any extra stuff really on this one as much as possible. BRB, okay. I thought you were lurking. You being like, hey, I gotta go, I'm gonna lurk. And then. Anyways, let's see. Where is the. I'll show you what it was specifically supposed to look like. This is what the watches look like. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I was really happy with that one. That video was one of the ones like it performed pretty poorly. I kind of expected it would because it is like that was a very long video, like the longest video I'd ever made on the channel by far at that point. It was about Spike Chunsoft stuff, which I'd never talked about before on the channel really. And it was also in the middle of the summer, and I wonder if maybe the summer is just not a great time for my channel. We'll see, I guess, this year. Um anyways, we're gonna check one more time, see if there's any new memberships that I need to like account for and add into my script. I don't think so. Okay. I don't think it's winter because the last winter didn't do particularly well either. It's really just like in the first winter it did really well. Spring has actually so far been my best season if we're talking about that sort of thing. Like specifically I mean, I guess last year we had the Dunning-Kruger video towards the end of February, but that one didn't actually pick up until March. Like it got most of its views later. And the what's the other one? Fuck. Oh, I can't remember anymore. I'll have to look. It is kind of weird to get to a point where like I forget what videos come out at what point. Yeah. Well, this is what I usually do. Like again, for the videos, here, hold on, I'll show for people who are unfamiliar or people who don't watch the video essays, which like I know a lot of people don't. It's fine. But we don't need to keep hearing this. This is not a section that even shows it. Oh, wrong thing. Theater mode, that was what we were looking for. We'll turn up the quality. Oh.
Bill 20 would allow the provincial government to remove councillors.
No, we're going to leave this one. This is an important PSA.
Cabinet decisions made without public scrutiny or accountability. The fact that the cabinet decisions are confidential means that the public can never truly know why these decisions were made. Again, Alberta Municipalities is speaking out about this because some of our members fear repercussions if they disagree openly with the provincial government.
So let me just tell you guys really quickly what Bill 20 is. Let me find a quick summary here. Actually, that'll describe it more accurately. Where's the full? I just need a summary of this thing. Because I'm pretty sure that this one allows for municipal political parties, which for non-Canadian for non-Canadians, Canada doesn't have like a standardized party system across the entire country. We have our federal political system, which has 3 major national parties and then 2 minor ones, kind of depending on how you define it. The 3 major ones are usually the Liberals, Conservatives, and New Democratic Party. New Democratic Party, ostensibly a leftist party, not that they fucking act like it. The Liberals, which is like a centrist party, and then the Conservatives, which is our right-wing party. The NDP aren't always usually those 3 are the 3 biggest parties, but not always. Like in the 2022 election, sorry, we're going on a tangent again. Was it 2022? Yes. No, 2021. I'm dumb. It's September 20th, so it wasn't that bad. But in 2021, the Bloc Québécois, which is one of the minor parties, was in third, as was the case in 2019. But in 2015, it was the Liberals in first, Conservatives in second, and NDP in third. The 2 minor parties that consistently win, at least a few seats are the Bloc Québécois and the Green Party. The Bloc Québécois is technically a pretty large party in terms of like the size of their representation in Parliament, but they're minor because they are incapable of winning an election by themselves because they only run in Quebec. They're like a Quebec nationalist representative party. It's complicated. Again, we've talked about Quebec politics a couple times. Like there have been past videos that have been mentioned. It's confusing. It's very interesting. If you are any sort of a nerd about politics and like history and like if you're even vaguely interested in that stuff, look up basically the history of Quebec from like really the whole thing, but like from 1940 to actually to 2000, pretty much the entire 20th century, really. Yeah. I mean, in terms of population, Ontario is the biggest, but I think, is Quebec actually the biggest in terms of landmass? Might be. I'm blanking on that a little bit. Thank you for the hydration check, Fossil. How are you? The woke YA. They're making the Hunger Games woke. But yeah, federally we have 5 major parties, plus we have a few minor ones, like 3 major parties, 2 minor ones, and then some ones that are like kind of relevant but don't actually ever do anything valuable or like matter. Thankfully, like Maxime Bernier's People's Party. But then on the provincial level, each province has their own parties, usually with the same names as the federal parties. So like Alberta has the Alberta Liberal Party. We have the Alberta New Democratic Party. BC has the BC New Democrats. They have a BC Conservative Party, but they're not officially affiliated usually. The NDP, they are connected. The Alberta Alpha Party, they're like 6 parties. I think they're the Alphas of Alberta, for being honest, and they never. Ugh. Alberta has, wait, how many political parties do we have now? We have like 15 or something. There's only 2 that are in the legislature, but goddamn, are people just registering them all? I know you were. I was referencing that too. Anyways, Alberta has the Advantage Party of Alberta, the Alberta Liberal Party, the Alberta New Democratic Party, the Alberta Party, the Communist Party - Alberta, Green Party of Alberta, Pro-Life Alberta Political Association. Using the acronym PAPA for an anti-abortion organization is certainly a choice. The Reform Party of Alberta, the Solidarity Movement of Alberta, the Buffalo Party of Alberta, the Independence Party of Alberta, the United Conservative Party of Alberta, the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta, and the Wild Rose Loyalty Coalition. That's heinous. You're going to so much jail. It is important to note that of Alberta's parties, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6, kind of depends. But 5 that are all based on Alberta independence. They're all mostly insane, and most of them only exist because because there were, back in 2019, there was a new one called the Independence Party of Alberta, or the Alberta Independence Party. They keep changing the name around. That party didn't do very well, but then a new party was formed between the Freedom Conservative Party, which was like a fringe split off from the United Conservative Party, which itself was the merger of the Wild Rose Party and the Progressive Conservative Association of Alberta. And they formed a new party called the Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta. And then there was a big leadership dispute in there. They had a fracture. And then I think they split into Wild Rose Independence Party of Alberta and the Wild Rose Loyalty Coalition. The Wild Rose is the provincial party, or provincial flower of Alberta. There's been like 6 parties that use the name. And the Solidarity Movement of Alberta was, I guess they're kind of separatist, but their whole thing was like being connected or being led by the Pulowskis, who were like preachers who got arrested during the COVID shutdowns because they refused to follow public safety guidelines. It was a whole thing. I don't know. It's a mess. Anyways, every province has their own parties, but our municipal elections do not, or all of these parties are usually separate. The NDP is a connected party in terms of sharing membership, but not in terms of like having standardized policies. So the federal party might disagree with the provincial one. There was a point in time when both British Columbia and Alberta had New Democratic Party governments, and they still had a pretty big feud over oil and wine imports, I think was the thing. Or they tried to shut off wine imports into Alberta, which didn't end up working. Like Alberta tried to shut them off to try and force through a pipeline, I think, and then they got mad about it, and it didn't work because then everyone just like bought up a bunch of wine to stockpile, and then the boycott didn't go through, or like the block didn't go through. It was a whole thing. Anyways, but our municipal elections don't have political parties, and I believe that Bill 20 is the one that does that or enables those. Hold on, let me make sure actually. Which one is this one? Oh, Bill 20. Yeah, it is. Okay. That's the one that he's talking about here.
The possibility of locally elected officials being removed
we've got Justin
at
Trudeau,
any
who
time
really has
for any reason
the only reason he's
is
winning is because
deeply
every other party
unsettling
is
and
uncommitted
likely
to
to have a
good.
chilling effect on councillors who might otherwise speak out against the provincial government. Ultimately, it will be the residents who lose because good ideas that run contrary to the government of the day will be squashed. Sound financial investments in the community's interest will be stalled by partisan bickering, and the needs of a community will be overridden in favor of the needs of the corporations and unions who donate the most money.
Okay, never mind. Fuck this guy. Unions are literally not allowed to make political donations in Alberta.
Halfway.
Anyways, for people, this is why we were originally watching this, is because this is how the videos are usually, like, that's me and my little circle there, and that's how we usually get there. Yeah, one of these days I'll learn how to like stay on topic and get to where we're going faster, but today is not that day. Anyways, can't remember what else we were doing. I think there's something else I wanted to get done before we went into the video, but I can't remember what it was. Whatever. Why do I have 8 million notifications? What is happening here? I didn't have Discord open this whole time because I was focusing on stuff, but then it turns out there's a lot happening in Discord that I need to keep an eye on. Tracing the comment section. There were haters on the VTuber model? Or on the video itself? Or like on the game. Oh yeah, there are plenty of people who get annoyed about the VTuber stuff, and I always tell them like I don't care. Like, eat my entire ass from the back. It's not. I'm not getting rid of it. It costs too much money to do that. Okay, I have a bit of a stomachache. Oh, that didn't feel good. God, I was feeling good until like a second, and all of a sudden it's just like, ugh. I don't know what's wrong with me right now. Also, I just realized earlier this morning I tweeted something that was like, I'll be recording the video today and like, or I'll be going live in like 20 minutes or so to do that. And then it was fully an hour and 20 minutes after that when I finally finished eating and was ready to go. We're gonna figure this out. We're gonna. Hmm. I think I might. Do you record the audio now? Some is actually really bad. You know what might actually be the better idea? I might just take a quick break, go do some Placid Plastic Ducks, let that run for a bit, while I figure out what's wrong with me, and then we'll come back and we'll record the audio. How's that sound? Because, like, I was feeling fine up until like literally a minute ago, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh cool, your body, it's on strike now. It's over. Have fucking fun. So let's open up Placid Plastic Ducks. I'll be back in like 10-20 minutes probably. It won't be long. Yeah. Thank you, Kirk. It's feeling better. I just need to like lay down for a bit. I don't know. I think part of it is I usually don't eat very much for breakfast, and having a bunch of cheese and chicken was maybe not the easiest way to start my day. Anyways, we're gonna set this up again. Okay, we're all recalibrated. Yeah, because if it's something that I need, it's really some proteins to rebuild all the muscle so that I can grow big and strong. After all of the hard work and exercise that I am doing. Anyways, okay, we're gonna move to the recording screen. I will be honest, this is the part that I'm not the most excited for because, like, again, I haven't used this mic for very long. I know it's a little bit all over the place in terms of like how it sounds, and I'm not sure if it's gonna be good in the video or not. I'm hoping it will be. It should be, but like, oh god, kind of impossible to know what's like the right way to do it. I don't know. Does this sound good to you guys? Actually, let me just check the earlier videos. Hold on. The earlier VODs from today. I want this one instead. That sounds actually way better than it did yesterday. Okay, party. Okay, so the way this is going to work is let me leave a pinned comment in the chat. I'm just going to pin this so that I don't forget. Because I don't want people to like spend their points on stuff like that and then not be able to use them or whatever. We'll see. Again, this is a big part of my process for making videos, which is sitting here for 25 minutes or more, potentially. Sometimes it's a full day of just like trying to convince myself to start recording. Because it's not my favorite process. You guys are going to see me really fuck around a bunch with this too. It's going to be something. I'll tell you that. The way this is also going to work is that when I record the audio for stuff, I do it all in one take. So this is going to be about probably 40 minutes to an hour of just straight up recording. And then we're going to edit out every mistake that I make during the editing process. That'll be fun. What time is it? Okay, we're gonna go once it hits 404. Oh, no, that's not what we wanted. I want this to be full screen. Oh, Jesus, it broke everything a little bit. Okay. We'll do that. We will put this here. And we will view, hide the comments so that I can look straight forward. Everybody ready? Because I'm sure as shit not. Here we go. Hold on, I'll drink some water. So, a month or so ago when I put out the Inescapable video, I told you guys to use that video to establish a benchmark for what it means when I hate a game. And frankly, I think I succeeded. It's pretty hard to argue that my videos where I'm like, hey, I take issue with the storytelling decision, or how we discuss balance in this game and here's why, are on the same level as anything in the Inescapable video. However, when it comes to establishing whether or not someone's media analysis has any weight, it's not enough to know what I hate, or even how strongly I can hate. I think it's pretty important for people to also know what I love, what I admire, what I think makes a good, interesting, and compelling game. If my boos are to mean anything, you must first know what makes me cheer. Anyways, today we're talking about a party game from 2001 that I've been so terminally obsessed with that it probably would have been able to single-handedly get me my ADHD diagnosis 20 years ahead of schedule if a psychiatrist had heard me talking about it. Fusion Frenzy was a launch title for the original Xbox. In fact, it was the first game mastered for the console at all, and has the rare distinction of being the only game to have been playable across the entire lifespan of the Xbox console family, having been made backwards compatible on every single subsequent console. Of the original 19 launch titles, which, just to remind you, includes Halo Combat Evolved, this is the only one you could have bought on a disc on November 15th, 2001, and still be able to play it by putting that same disc in an Xbox Series X, assuming that you, unlike me, actually took care of your discs. Halo got an Anniversary Edition in 2011, and that one's been made backwards compatible in place of the original, so it's kind of a win on a technicality here, but winning on a technicality is the most satisfying way to win as far as I'm concerned, so I'm counting it. And it's not like it's a forgotten game or something either, like it's not like it's getting there kind of by accident. Trailers for the Series X and S included the upscaled version of Fusion Frenzy in them, and the game is currently on Game Pass right now. It's not getting here by accident. Microsoft has made the decision to keep bringing this 20-year-old game back again and again. Sorry, I'm going to mention messages. If you've never heard of Fusion Frenzy before, this probably sounds kind of bizarre to you. Like, what do you mean some random original Xbox launch title that got pretty mid reviews at the time and didn't sell particularly well is somehow still getting this kind of support? Microsoft is not a company known for this sort of thing. If anything, it's the opposite. Microsoft's the kind of company that'll see a game perform really, really well and win a bunch of awards and then Microsoft's the kind of company that'll see a game perform really, really well and win a bunch of awards and then shut down the studio anyways, like what happened with Tango Gameworks, developers of Hi-Fi Rush, just this month. I've even made a video about another time they did this in the past with an excellent racing game called Quantum Redshift, the card's in the top right, where the first game performed poorly largely thanks to Microsoft's intervention with some fuck-ass cover art, and the studio behind it, Curly Monsters, ended up shutting down after Microsoft scrapped their deal for a sequel. And yet, when it comes to Fusion Frenzy, the fans of this game are fans of it. When I made my survivorship bias video back in 2022, I used music from this When I made my survivorship bias video back in 2022, I used music from the Fusion Frenzy soundtrack for the background, and there were a ton of comments remarking on how they loved the game and how it had been such a massive nostalgia hit to hear those tracks again. If you ask somebody who played it as a kid, you know, unless they were my cousin fuck it. Sometimes I try and do the ad-libs and they're not a good idea because I usually am like, I'll interject this little quip, and it's a bad choice. Anyways, if you ask anyone who played this if you ask someone who played this as a kid, they can probably tell you which of the 6 characters was their favorite, the most annoying victory quotes, their favorite minigames, and more. That being said, this video is titled Microsoft Abandoned Fusion Frenzy and I'm still mad about it. And you might wonder how this constitutes being abandoned. Like, they're still making it backwards compatible, they're still making it available, and they're actually still supporting it. It's getting upscaled. And that is a distinction that is only held by 63 of the 998 games from that console. For a game that could be summed up as just Mario Party meets Jet Set Radio, that's a pretty impressive accomplishment. And yet, in spite of all of that, in spite of all the love for it, the continued popularity, the continued demand, and the continued support for the original title, Microsoft still ultimately abandoned it. Fusion Frenzy was meant to be the Xbox's answer to Mario Party, a game series that was only 3 years old when the Xbox launched. However, while the Mario Party series has 12 mainline games and 6 spin-offs, Fusion Frenzy never got the chance to become a proper series. Fusion Frenzy is an example of why Xbox's mentality towards long-term game planning is so poor, and their current practices show that they haven't learned anything from their 20 years in the industry at this point. So, let's talk about how Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy, and why I'm still mad about it. Also, before we start, this video was a Donathon reward. I actually live streamed the entire process of making this video from start to finish over on my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/thevivros, say hi to chat. And you can find the VoDs over on the VoDs channel if you'd like to get a peek behind the curtain to see what goes into making one of these videos. Anyways, with that out of the way, let's get into it. Starting with... Okay, we'll take a little break for water while we're in the middle of the sections. Also, hi Aston! Alright. Part 1. The Origin Story. Fusion Frenzy is a 2001 party game developed by Blitz Games and published by Microsoft Game Studios as a launch title for the original Xbox. Blitz was a British developer founded in 1990 as Dizzy Enterprises, renamed Interactive Studios in 94 and then Blitz Games in 99, that mostly made licensed games throughout their history. The Fairly Odd Parents Break Into Rules, Lilo and Stitch Trouble in Paradise, Chicken Run, Bratz Rock Angels, Reservoir Dogs, which, you know, a bit of an outlier, iCarly, The Biggest Loser, the list goes on. Actually, no, we'll redo that. There was The Fairly Odd Parents Break Into Rules, Lilo and Stitch Trouble in Paradise, Chicken Run, Bratz Rock Angels, iCarly, Biggest Loser, Reservoir Dogs. One of these things is not like the other. The list goes on. However, in 2000, Microsoft invited Blitz to pitch a new game for their new console, ideally a party game to fill that gap. Again, Microsoft's whole strategy here, what they were doing, was basically just planning to spend a shitload of money to do, or no. Again, Microsoft was basically planning to spend just a ton of money to do a little bit of everything and let the consumer figure out what was a hit. So they wanted to have their own version of Mario Party so they could cover their bases. However, it wasn't supposed to be quite as kid-friendly as Mario Party was. According to Philip and Andrew Oliver, the twins who started Blitz, they were told that their audience was meant to be a bit more grown-up. In the words of Philip Oliver, Microsoft came to the office and they gave us this big presentation saying, here is the ideal person. They go to the Pizza Hut and they drink this and they talk like this. No. Microsoft came to the office and they gave us this big presentation saying, here is the ideal person. They go to the Pizza Hut and they drink this and talk like this. And afterwards, they might go back to their flat with a couple of mates and play on a console. They're looking for something social, they're looking for a bit of a laugh, and they're probably drunk. What can you give them? So it was Mario Party, but that kind of target audience. Now, just like what I said about Quantum Redshift in that older video, Microsoft liked to meddle with the games it was publishing a little bit. Because remember, Microsoft Game Studios was the publisher for this. The most obvious example is that the name of the game was actually Blitz Party right up until the very end. Blitz sent them the final master and all the graphics for Blitz Party, which Microsoft then decided to rename Fusion Frenzy after that final version was sent to them. Which, to be honest, Microsoft didn't always get it right when they meddled. Again, see Quantum Redshift, the developers are legitimately still angry about that cover art to this day, but Fusion Frenzy is definitely better than Blitz Party as a name. In that same interview, though, they talk a lot about how Microsoft didn't understand game development. They would needle the Olivers constantly about their budgets, saying they needed to pay certain team members less, or that a coder should only need 3 days to finish a certain aspect of the game, and Blitz had... or no. We'll redo that. They would constantly needle the Olivers about their budgets, saying that they needed to pay certain team members less, or that a coder should only need 3 days to finish a certain aspect of the game, and Blitz had to fight tooth and nail to get Microsoft off their backs. However, the advantage that Blitz had compared to a lot of other studios in their position was that they were used to this sort of stuff, thanks to, of all things, their experience with licensed games. To quote that interview from before, Philip Oliver also said, "They really didn't get it. Then they kept coming back, or no. They really didn't get it. Then they just kept coming back to the spreadsheet. We're like, we've got to actually master this thing. We know how to make games. Could you just leave it to us?" We had lots of situations trying to rescue our games from Hollywood people who helped fund publishing. You get halfway through a game's development, and guess what? It looks like rubbish because it's all in pieces. That's because it's in development and things don't work. And they're like, you've had half the time, so I expect half the levels to be looking amazing. That's not how it works. Everything builds up in layers and comes together in the end. Nope. Everything builds up in layers and comes together at the end. Quotes are miserable because I will always, my brain will be like, what if we just do a little ad-libbing here or there? And it's a quote. That's not how that works. Anyways. And this is one of the unique things about game development compared to other media. Video games kind of build the whole thing from the base and work up in layers, like Oliver said, whereas something like a novel will be written from start to finish, and then the edits will usually also clean it up in that order. If someone says that shooting for a movie is half finished, you would reasonably assume that about half the shots have been filmed, even if they haven't been, upscaled, graphic, or no. Fuck, why do I keep doing that? If someone says that shooting for a movie is half finished, you would reasonably be able to assume that half the shots for that movie had been filmed. Whereas if someone says that level design is half finished for a video game, that means that most of the levels probably have their geometry and rough details, but they're not finished. Watching a video game be developed is like watching a drag queen put on makeup. It's going to look insane until the last minute when the final touches are put on and bring the whole thing together. Rarely can you thank a licensed tie-in game for much, but Blitz's previous work fighting with Rarely can you thank a licensed tie-in game for much, but Blitz's previous experience fighting with big Hollywood studios over the game development process and learning the importance of putting their foot down is probably a pretty massive reason why this game managed to make it out the door in such a good state. However, this is all backstory. What about the game itself? A little more water. Already 10 minutes into recording. This is also like a remarkably smooth recording. Usually it's like a bit more of a mess. Hold on. What's happening here? Okay, nothing that bothers me. Part 2. What is Fusion Frenzy? Now, if we're going to talk about this game, it's probably easiest to do so if we start with what makes it different from the party game that Now, if we're going to talk about this game, it's probably easiest to do so if we start with what makes it different from the party game that you're likely most familiar with. Mario Party. The box art for Fusion Frenzy includes this, The box art for Fusion Frenzy includes the line, non-stop party game action, and it is absolutely not lying about that. Whereas Mario Party has its whole board game thing going on where you roll dice, you move to other spots, you do all this other stuff, Fusion Frenzy cuts right through that and just goes from minigame to minigame in rapid... Whereas Mario Party has its whole board game thing going on where you roll dice and you move spots and you do all this other stuff, Fusion Frenzy cuts right through all of that and just goes from minigame to minigame in rapid succession. As a result, instead of the turns that Mario Party games have, Fusion Frenzy starts by asking players whether they want to do 2, 4, or 6 stages for their tournament. You can have up to 4 people playing at once with empty spots filled by AI, just like in Mario Party. Also, unlike Mario Party, Fusion Frenzy's 6-character roster are all original characters, each with a signature color. Green for Dub, red for Samson, blue for Gina, yellow for Zack, orange for Naomi, and pink for Jet. The Olivers mentioned that the characters took a lot of work to design in order to meet that brief from Microsoft about appealing to a 20-year-old lad who likes hardcore games as well as his friends who only really play casual games. So they ended up on this jet-set radio-esque aesthetic. The game's premise in universe is paper thin, or no. The game's premise, its universe, whatever you want to call it, is paper thin. It's a party game. There's not exactly a rich story mode going on here. But the basic idea is that the 6 characters are competing in the Fusion Frenzy Tournament, a futuristic in-universe competition series set in a pretty dystopian cyberpunk future. Like, this is the wipeout of this is the wipeout of Cyberpunk 2077. The tournament takes place across the 6 districts of an unnamed city, with the order being randomized each time. If you play fewer than 6 zones, the ones that appear will also be randomized. For each zone, the players play 3 minigames either individually or as teams, with 12 points being awarded at the end of each game based on performance in the form of colored orbs. First gets 6, second gets 4, First gets 6, second gets 4, third gets 2, and fourth gets nothing. Some minigames can be team games, so the players on the winning team will each get 6 orbs and the losers get nothing at all. And if there's a tie, the combined orbs of those positions will be split between the people who tied. After the third minigame in each zone, players will enter the zone's finale, the Fusion Frenzy, an all-out brawl between the players to figure out who actually wins the zone. Before it starts, though, players are given the option to, in the words of the game's faceless announcer, bank your orbs or gamble them in Fusion Frenzy. Players are forced to gamble at least 3 orbs, but can choose to gamble more, and if they have less than 3, they'll get topped up so they have 3 to gamble as well, to make it a bit more fair. If you bank your orbs, they automatically count for 10 points towards your final score, whereas gambling them means that you have to pick them up in the arena to deposit them, which is a bit of a risk-reward thing. The risk is that, while only you can pick up orbs that are the same color as your character off the ground... The risk is that, while you can only pick up orbs that are the same color as your character off the ground, anything you're holding can be stolen off of you by another player who attacks you, even if it was originally your color. If you had a perfect run in the zone and gambled all 18 orbs, but the other players really have some beef with you, I don't know, maybe because you just kicked their asses for 3 straight games, they can still gang up on you to steal all your orbs and make sure you leave empty-handed. However, the reward is that your orbs can be worth way more if you gamble them and win. You can only bank up to 15 orbs, or 150 points, but orbs in the arena are worth more if you deposit multiple at one time. 1 orb is still only worth 10, but 2 together are worth 30, while 3 are worth 50, and 4 are worth 70. If you play it as safe as possible and bank all that you can and score all 3 of your gambled orbs together, you'll end up with 200 points for your work. Excuse me. If you gamble it all, you could turn those orbs into 310 points instead. Once all the colored orbs in a stage have been collected, or at least most of them, colorless orbs will start to spawn in that anybody can collect, just to make sure you don't run out of things to do. There are also stage hazards that players can activate to destroy the orbs that people are holding if they're close to the goals, and bonus power-ups like a shield that make you invulnerable, or a weapon that allows you to one-shot other players, or a speed boost that allows you to run faster. Anyways, after the brawl, the final scores will be tallied up, added to your tournament total, and then you're sent back into the next zone to do it all again. You repeat the process for each zone, with your final Fusion Frenzy scores being added to your total each time. After you've finished all the zones in your tournament, the game will tally up all the final scores and award first, second, third, and fourth. If there's a tie for any position other than first, the game doesn't really care. But if there is a tie for first, the tied players will face off in a special minigame above the city to determine the winner. Each zone has a specific type of minigame as well. In the Coliseum, you'll be playing rolling ball and ice car minigames. Downtown has the fireworks and music minigames. Outlands has demolitions and tail games. Military Zone has pod and tank games. Power Station has the hopper and splat games. And Waterfront has the jet boat and orb games. These terms are not going to mean anything to anyone who hasn't played the game before. I'm so sorry. You'll see them in the background. However, while you'll find different mechanics in different zones, you won't find different mechanics with different characters. All 6 characters play identically, with only cosmetic All 6 characters play identically, with only cosmetic differences to distinguish them. Fusion Frenzy relies really heavily on the characters' colors to make the game readable at all, which is particularly important when you remember that this was a... Fusion Frenzy relies really heavily on the characters' colors to make the game readable at all. Which is particularly important when you remember that this was a game that was being launched in 2001, a year where the average TV screen size was 26 inches in the US. Fusion Frenzy's minigames are fast, chaotic, and messy, making it especially important to establish visual clarity. They were, however, extremely simple. The controls for each minigame were typically limited to a single action button and movement, with it often being exclusively one or the other, or like 2 action buttons tops. And the instructions for each game could be explained in no more than 4 sentences during the loading screen. The idea was that, since this game was fully minigame focused without an external component like Mario Party's board game, it needed to be as easy as possible for anyone to pick up a controller and have a fair shot after a practice round or 2. and I'd argue it mostly succeeds at that. Now, this has generally tried to be a pretty neutral description of how the game works so far, but I do want to end this section by saying that this formula is just excellent. The minigames are overall really solid and strike a really good balance between sharing mechanics without feeling too samey. There are a bunch of minigames in the rollerballs, for example, but in sumo, you're using the ball to try and push other players off of an ever-shrinking stage. While in Rollmentum, you're trying to shove each other out of the way to run your ball over a goal, and in Roller Ruckus, you're racing to complete 3 laps in a race. And in Roller Ruckus, you're racing to complete 3 laps first, on a stage that you can be knocked off of, but will respawn on. A full 6-stage tournament means that you can't just rely on being good at one type of minigame, and the finales are a good way of allowing players who have a full 6-stage tournament means that you can't just rely on being good at one type of minigame, and the finales are a good way of rewarding players for a strong performance in the minigames while still giving everyone a chance to come from behind to snatch the crown. Instead of something like Mario Party, where players are often either know the winner half an hour before the game ends, or are at the mercy of random bonus stars to determine the winner after an hour or more of gameplay, Fusion Frenzy leaves the results in the player's hands at the end of the day. Also, the tone of the game is just really fun. It has the vibes of a chaotic, messy competition show, and the characters are kinda assholes towards each other. They'll taunt each other during the minigames, they'll boast about it when they win, and the announcer will regularly take digs at the losers in given minigames to get under their skin. Compared to its competitors among party games, it's pretty easy to see why this one stood out to so many people, and why it still holds a lot of appeal today. And yet, despite all that, there hasn't been a new Fusion Frenzy game released since the Xbox 360, and the franchise is effectively dead in the water. Why? Well, we've got to go back in time a bit for that. 20 minutes into the recording, and we are just about to start page 7 or page 6 of this. 6 of 13, so like barely halfway. Part 3. How we got here. When the original Xbox launched in 2001, it came with 19 launch titles across a huge range of genres. You had fighting games, racing games, platformers, sports games, shooters, and obviously party games. And there were a lot more coming right after those original 19. This was mostly a consequence of Microsoft not really knowing what its new console was going to be, as well as the changing market of console gaming at the time. The original Xbox came out as a part of the 6th console generation, and prior to that point, it wasn't super uncommon for new companies to enter the market or exit it. It was very possible for a company to try and fail to enter the console market, and it was equally possible for an established company to get demolished by a particularly weak entry. Microsoft's major competitors in that generation were Sony and Nintendo, who had entered the market in the 5th and 3rd generations respectively. Depending on who you ask, apparently. I'm asking Wikipedia because that isn't really the point of the video here. The important bit is that the market was changing and Microsoft wasn't really sure what would resonate with gamers and help get them on board with this new console. However, what they did have was basically unlimited money to buy up studios, hire companies to produce stuff for them to publish, and make sure that there was a way for them to compete because of the whole being Microsoft and having billions of dollars thing. So that was their strategy. Spend a mountain of money on making sure that their console had a little bit of everything and just let the gamers, derogatory, decide what worked best. If you know anything about the original Xbox, you know that gamers pretty much unanimously decided that Halo Combat Evolved was the thing that worked. So that's what Microsoft ran with. And I mean, it makes sense. Halo is one of the biggest games of the 21st century, and it didn't get there for no reason, even if Bungie was basically burning itself to the ground to try and get out the door on time. One of the consequences of this strategy, though, is that Microsoft still wasn't actually good at understanding how gaming as an industry worked. Their biggest rival, especially in their debut generation, was Sony, because the GameCube was not doing too hot. Sony was another newcomer, relatively speaking, and specifically another newcomer who had a lot of the same issues Microsoft was going to have. They weren't a games company first, they were a bigger conglomerate that decided they wanted to have a games division, and particularly hardware. And that meant they approached this industry different than the other two major competitors to survive to the present, No. I wish my neighbors would stop slamming on shit, that'd be really cool of them. They weren't a games company first. They were a bigger conglomerate that decided they wanted to have a games division and, produce some hardware. And that meant they approached this industry differently than the other major competitor to survive to the present, They weren't a games company first. They were a bigger conglomerate that decided they wanted to have a games division and produce some hardware. And that meant they approached this industry differently than the only other major competitor to survive to the present day, Nintendo. Nintendo, unlike the other two big companies in this market, is predominantly a games company. Like Microsoft has Xbox, but it also has Bing, LinkedIn, Windows, GitHub, Skype, and probably some stuff that people actually like in there somewhere. Sony, meanwhile, is an absolutely massive conglomerate doing everything from banking and insurance to film and music production to manufacturing cameras, TVs, and radios. Nintendo, by contrast, basically just makes consoles, games, and merchandise around them. And frankly, it punches massively above its weight class here. The fact that it's survived, and in a lot of cases thrived, is a testament to how it handles its IP, how it views the industry, and how it can't afford to throw $70 billion at any game studio it wants in order to own some... The fact that it survived is a testament to how it handles its IP, how it views the industry, and how it can't afford to just throw $70 billion at any game studio it wants to own in order to get some console exclusives. It has to build that shit itself. The reason this matters is that, when we're talking about Microsoft abandoning its properties, it's extremely relevant that Microsoft can afford to do so. Microsoft has the ability to absorb losses, take hits, and make cuts if it feels like something isn't hitting its high standards as quickly as it would like. Nintendo doesn't have that same kind of wiggle room. There's more of a necessity to make things work and keep iterating upon good concepts if they need to be refined. It also doesn't help that Microsoft basically knocked it out of the park with one of its very first titles with Halo, which I think probably set their standards a bit out of whack when it came to how they evaluated the performance of their other games. And so, when the first title in a planned series didn't blow up the industry like Halo did, they were pretty happy to kill it stone dead before the sequel a lot of the time. Fusion Frenzy had a 70% score on Metacritic, which isn't great, and Fusion Frenzy had a 70% score on Metacritic, some pretty rough reviews, but, pretty okay. But the relatively weak reception is the reason why Microsoft scrapped the original plans for a Blitz-developed sequel. However, the original Mario Party didn't do much better. It only hit 79% on Metacritic and still had a lot of pretty major criticisms. It was tediously slow at a lot of points, and it was mostly only fun with friends. Fusion Frenzy, by contrast, was praised for being quick to get you into the game with simple instructions, although it did still face that same criticism of mostly only being fun with your friends. To be fair, they're party games, you'd expect that. However, where Nintendo succeeded and Microsoft failed was that Nintendo recognized that the first game was not going to be the best. The first attempt at something new will probably have some rough edges, that's just how it goes. The first Mario Party was a learning experience, and the lessons learned from it were applied to Mario Party 2 to make it a better game. And then those lessons were applied further into 3, 4, and so on. It took time, but the Mario Party games continued improving. And the fact that it was a consistent release meant that there was almost always a Mario Party for whatever Nintendo console or even handheld you had at the time. Over time, Mario Party became one of those games that people defaulted to if they wanted to play something with their friends but didn't want to play anything that was going to be too skill dependent. Which, that's what a party game is supposed to be, and Mario Party shows why it's important to keep iterating on it to get there. The first Mario Party has pacing issues, The first Mario Party has pacing issues, gameplay issues, some design flaws and minigames that sequels could build off of to make better games. Part of what allows a game to truly become a party game is time, and that goes beyond video games. If you want to play a casual board game with your friends, you pick something people are likely to either already know or be able to pick up quickly, and that everyone can have a roughly even chance of winning. Whether it's Monopoly or Uno, there's a good chance that everyone at the table has either played it before or can pick it up pretty fast, and the longer a game is around for, the better it is at this, because it's more likely to be intergenerational. Mario Party is a series that's been around since 1998. People have been playing that game for nearly 26 years now. There are people well into their 40s who would have played the first games when they were younger and now can play the new ones with their own kids. Developing a good party game franchise is a long-term project, and Nintendo understood that. Microsoft, by contrast, did not. Microsoft expected every game to blow up immediately with its first entry, and if it failed to meet unrealistic expectations, then the series wouldn't proceed. Or, if it did somehow, it wouldn't be properly funded, and then the follow-up wouldn't be able to improve on the original, and then it'd be put down like Old Yeller. No. Or, if it did, it wouldn't be properly funded, and then the follow-up wouldn't be able to improve on the original, and that would be when it was put down like Old Yeller. Microsoft's back catalog is absolutely littered with IPs that just needed more time and resources to cook, but which have been abandoned because Microsoft didn't realize that this stuff is a long-term project. Or, if we're being more honest, they don't care. This also isn't just a historic problem. Microsoft pretty transparently hasn't evolved much from the company that the Olivers described working with in that interview, where they didn't know how game design worked, didn't care to learn, and kept trying to crunch budgets. Blitz Games was able to make it through the other end with the first Fusion Frenzy because they'd learned from their past experiences with licensed games how to put their foot down and explain themselves to executives. But even then, they couldn't convince Microsoft to follow through with the plan for a sequel. Which, again, pretty big part of a successful party game franchise is consistent releases. For the first 20 years of the Mario Party franchise, there were only 7 in which a new game wasn't released. Every console got a Mario Party, usually several, And that strategy is part of why Mario Party is the franchise it is today. Now, every Xbox got a Fusion Frenzy, to be fair, but it was almost always just the same one, upscaled, remastered, whatever. No. Every Xbox got a Fusion Frenzy, to be fair, but it was almost always just the same one, repackaged and remade. Fuck. What am I trying to do here? Every Xbox got a Fusion Frenzy, to be fair, but it was almost always the same one. And the fact that it still goes as strong as it does is a pretty clear testament that they could have done more with it with more time and effort. Instead, they just abandoned it as a franchise. And again, this isn't just a problem for Microsoft at the turn of the century. This is modern Microsoft's problem too. There is no room for a sleeper hit, because if a game doesn't immediately do well, they'll probably just shut down the studio. Like, not even sell it, just shut it down and hoard the IP. Hell, they're not safe even if their game does do well by every objective metric like Hi-Fi Rush did, which was a massive success in spite of Microsoft doing what Microsoft always does by Hell, they're not even safe if their game does do well by every objective metric like Hi-Fi Rush did, which was a massive success in spite of Microsoft doing what Microsoft always does by trying to sabotage its own games for some fucking reason. And even then, Microsoft still killed Tango Gameworks for it. Overwatch was still making good money for Microsoft after the ABK acquisition, but that didn't stop them from eviscerating the Overwatch team to make the balance sheets look a little stronger. A decision that will, more than anything else in the history of Overwatch, likely be the thing that leads to the game eventually being shut down for reasons I explained in my Let's Talk About Layoffs video. Microsoft is the multi-billion-dollar equivalent of that fucking meme of the dog holding a frisbee and saying throw, but when the person goes to grab the frisbee to throw it, the dog snatches it back and says no take, only throw. Microsoft wants to make money off of video games, but does not want to engage in the long-term process of not only making individual games, but entire franchises. It wants profits without investments, it wants powerhouse franchises without initial entries, and it wants success without iteration. Imagine if all media was being produced this way. Like, the most popular television shows have most popular television shows have a rough first season before they really start to hit their stride. It takes times for... Like, most popular television shows have a rough first season before they really start to hit their stride. Writers need time to figure out how they're going to write the characters. Actors need time to get into that character and really flesh them out. And if we scrapped them because they weren't perfect out of the gate, we wouldn't have so many great shows. And that's scripted and unscripted stuff. Like, imagine if Microsoft was producing The Walking Dead in 2010, or Survivor in 2000, or RuPaul's Drag Race or Archer in 2009. All shows that didn't really hit their strides until subsequent seasons came out. Even when the first season was really popular, like in the case of Survivor, there was still a lot of kinks that needed to be worked out in subsequent seasons, especially because media franchises will evolve along with their consumers of given time. In addition, if you invest resources in niche properties, sometimes they become a little bit less niche. Drag Race was not initially a mainstream show. It was a small spin-off show, basically. It was a parody of a lot of reality TV at the time on a small network. But because it got the resources it needed, it was given time to grow and develop, it has become one of the biggest shows in its field. Something like Survivor didn't start out as a game with alliances. Castaways developed that themselves over time. Drag Race didn't start out being Drag Race didn't start out having these big, expensive, extravagant runway packages for queens that became, in a lot of cases, the stars of this show, these elaborate fashion statements. That became a component to the show over time as the expectations of fans and queens alike slowly climbed. And since the show became more mainstream, there was more money in it for people, especially for All-Star seasons. A show like Archer only developed a lot of its more famous running jokes in later seasons, especially because you can't really have a running joke if you don't give it time to run. To bring it back to gaming, in the first Mario Party, bonus stars were a mandatory function. To bring it back to gaming, to provide another example, in the first Mario Party, bonus stars were mandatory. Over time, though, they became an optional mechanic. You could turn them off. Why? Well, because a lot of people just felt like they were bullshit and ruined the game. They don't like that kind of experience in a competitive environment. That's not the case for everybody. A lot of people really enjoy the randomness and the chaos of it, but offering the option allows people to have more fun with it if that's what they prefer. The first 6 games always awarded the same 3 bonus stars: the minigame star, the coin star, and the event star. But starting in Mario Party 7, there would be 3 stars awarded at random from a pool of 6, with the size of the pool and the types of stars changing in future games to make it more random and unpredictable. If you didn't like bonus stars anyways, you could just usually keep them turned off, but if you did like the randomness, then this just added on to that. Thanks to the rapid release of new Mario Party games, if you didn't like a mechanic... thanks to the rapid release of new Mario Party games, if you didn't like a mechanic in one, you could probably just keep playing the previous one and wait for it to be adjusted in a future version. With Fusion Frenzy, there were only 2 iterations, spaced 6 years apart and with totally different developers. There was no way for people to build an attachment to the franchise or for the devs to keep improving and learning and growing. And you know what? I can hear some people saying, hey, wait a minute. What do you mean 2 iterations? No, scrap that. Now, I can already hear some people saying, hey, wait a minute. What do you mean 2 iterations? I thought they just made one game and then abandoned it. I thought that was the point of the video, that they abandoned Fusion Frenzy. And that's the next thing I want to talk about. All right, water break. Last section. And then conclusion, I guess. Part 4. Fusion Frenzy 2. Yeah, that's right. There's a Fusion Frenzy 2. Why didn't you mention this before, you might say? And the answer is that it is crucial to leave this until the very end so you can understand why it was such a death blow to this franchise before it could even really get off the ground. In fact, there are a lot of people who probably loved the first game who did not know there was a sequel until right now. Nobody liked it, and it's hard to explain why without ending up turning... Nobody liked this game, and it's hard for me to explain why without falling into the rabbit hole of making an inescapable style video just ripping it to shreds, so I'll give you the short version. It underwent a total stylistic overhaul that took the unique, interesting character designs and morphed them into these generic, conventionally attractive, vapid knockoffs of the originals. The personality was gone, the quirky designs were gone, and the game ended up looking like it prioritized looking clean and sterile and polished over looking fun. The minigames were often worse versions of the originals, if not brand new games that just sucked. And while it kept the same core structure of 3 minigames followed by a finale in each zone, it was now inexplicably set in space, with each zone being a different planet. The minigames were often more complicated, more finicky, and less fun, especially the ones that tried to replicate the classics from the original and mostly just fell flat on their faces with floaty controls, poor visual design, and outright bugginess. While the first game had an announcer, he was a faceless presence that just sort of stepped in to announce upcoming minigames, provide instructions, and add a bit of flavor. The sequel not only gave him a face, but a whole design that only a mother could love, and an incredibly obnoxious, in-your-face personality that felt more like he should be hosting the Spike Game Awards instead of Intergalactic Wipeout. However, with that said, there were 4 major changes from the original that made it worse. The first was how the minigames actually functioned. Orbs have been replaced with just a boring straight-up point system, and now everybody gets points. I'm pretty sure it's either 10, 8, 6, and 4, but I will correct that once I actually get my hands on the copy that I had. Anyways, the numbers don't really matter here. That's not the important bit. Anyways, the numbers aren't really important here like the specifics are. The bigger change to minigames is that the winner also receives a bonus in the finale now, either a boost to their damage, their defense, or their health. And if you can win all 3 rounds, you get all 3 bonuses. This meant that instead of... Now remember, in the original game, finales were a bit of an equalizer. If you performed well in the minigames, then you had an advantage, but it was just as possible for someone to come from behind and take the crown from you, especially if you got cocky and started gambling stuff. Fusion Frenzy 2 does away with all of that and Fusion Frenzy 2 does away with all of that and just creates a system where instead you are more and more able to snowball. If you start struggling in the minigames, you are going to struggle in the finale. Now you might be thinking, wait, what do you mean damage, defense, and health? The finales are just about, like, collecting points, right? And the answer is that that's our second big change. The finale format for each planet has been changed into just another minigame where you're trying to beat up all the other characters. You lose by losing all your health, so extra damage makes it easier to kill someone. Extra defense means you take less damage, and extra health means you get a second life. I mean, assuming you didn't die to a stage hazard, I think. Then you just get points like it was any other minigame. The third big change is that the number of planets isn't predetermined. The third big change is that the number of planets isn't predetermined like in the original. Instead, you set the number of planets needed to win the tournament, meaning that you might have a goal of, say, winning 3 tournaments and have to play as many as 9 for someone to actually win it. If you run out of new planets, then you just get to go back to the old ones. Usually the winner of one planet gets to choose the next one, but not always, for reasons that we're going to get into in a sec. The fourth major change, and easily the dumbest of this entire game, was the introduction of a cards system. You started out with 2, but you could hold as many as 3, with new ones sometimes being distributed as rewards for minigames or through a little intermission game where they just throw a bunch on the floor and you have to scurry around trying to collect them. At the start of each minigame, you get to choose one of those cards to play by pressing the face button. At the start of each minigame, you get the option to play one of these cards by pressing a face button on your controller. Nobody else knows what you played, or if you played any at all. At the end of the minigame, once the placements have been determined, the cards come into play. There are 5 types of cards on the... no. There are 5 types of cards on the table. Nope. There are 5 types of cards on the table here. Nope. Why? I cannot say the sentence. There are 5 types of cards players can play. There's a multiplier, which multiplies the points a player receives by 2, 4, or 6. There's an inverse card, which turns multiplier cards into division cards and divides their scores by 2, 4, 6 instead. And steal, which steals the effect of another card. There's also 2 cards that allow you to select the next minigame or the next planet, but the most important ones are the first 3, because what the fuck is that? Like, let's put this into context, okay? Let me tell you what can happen in this game. You win the minigame, so you score 10 points. However, you played a 6 times multiplier, so you actually get 60 points. Except, wait, the person in third stole your card, so you only actually get 10 points and they get 36. Now they win this minigame that they literally lost. Except wait, there's still more. The person in second played an inverse card, so now the person in third actually had their score divided by 6, meaning they only got 1 point. So they're actually in fourth and you still win. But wait, there's still more. The person in fourth also played an inverse card, which cancels out second place's inverse card, so the person in third actually still does get their 36 points and they still win the minigame. It is a deeply stupid way of assigning points that only an actual idiot would think is remotely fun or enjoyable. Like, this is bonus stars on steroids. It sucks, especially because there's no way to know what anyone else has picked unless you just know they don't have certain cards. So you're stuck just having to try and guess what anyone else might do. There's really no way to be strategic about it other than trying to wait until nobody else has any steal or inverse cards before playing a multiplier. But if you do have one of those cards, you have to just take a shot in the dark when you try and play it. And the impact of them is not remotely proportionate. If you play a 2 times point, or no. And the impact of this is entirely dependent on your performance in a minigame that you just might not know how you'll perform in. If you have a 6 times multiplier, that could be huge. Or it could really not mean very much because you placed last instead of placing first. It sucks. No. It sucks. And Fusion Frenzy as a whole, or no. This whole mechanic and Fusion Frenzy 2 as a whole just sucks, and most people pretend it no longer exists. The original game is on Game Pass and available through the Xbox Marketplace to purchase today digitally, and has been made backwards compatible on the 360, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. The sequel, by contrast, was never made available on any other consoles, and has effectively been memory holed, leaving the original as functionally the only Fusion Frenzy. Like I said earlier, there was supposed to be a sequel from Blitz Games in 2004, and apparently there was even a GameStop product page created for it, but it was scrapped. Instead, the sequel was developed by Hudson Soft and published by Microsoft Game Studios for a 2007 release on the 360. After it flopped, which was the entirely predictable outcome, After it flopped, which was an entirely predictable outcome, given that... Oh, why can't I finish reading this? Why am I illiterate all of a sudden? This is why I should do double... I can't remember who it was who said that I should do double spacing in my scripts, but this is probably why I should. After it flopped, which was an entirely predictable outcome, given that it was handed off to another developer who seemingly wasn't familiar with the original and didn't dedicate enough time or resources to make a good game. Wait, no. That's not a full sentence. There we go. It flopped hard, which was an entirely predictable outcome given that it was handed off to another developer who seemingly wasn't familiar with the original and didn't dedicate enough time or resources to make a good game. Microsoft seemed to know it sucked too, because they didn't even really bother to advertise it. Hell, the game was originally scheduled for a holiday 2006 launch, but got pushed back to the end of January the game was originally scheduled for a holiday 2006 launch, but got pushed back to the end of January in 2007. Do you know how bad a game has to be for the publisher to say, hey, let's not let this taint our holiday season, just quietly drop that shit in late January and hope nobody notices? Keep in mind, this is the sequel to one of the original Xbox's launch titles. Like, that's a pretty massive fall from grace. When I say that Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy, I mean that it wholly dumped the franchise just because it couldn't be bothered to put in the time, money, and effort to build it up. And it's not just Fusion Frenzy. If Microsoft has a reputation for anything at this point, it's slashing the Achilles of every studio it comes across and then wondering why they can't dunk. The more a studio or its IP ends up in Microsoft's orbit, the more it tends to suffer for it. Even for the franchise that made the Xbox a must-have, or no, even the franchise that made the Xbox a must-have console suffered from this. No, even the franchise that made the Xbox a must-have console suffered from this. Halo went from one of the games to own if you were a console gamer and a major cultural phenomenon to something that cost over $500 million in development. Or no. Also, hi, Dry. Sorry, we're still recording the video. Halo went from one of the games to own if you were a console gamer and a major cultural phenomenon in its own right to something that cost $500 million in development alone only for people to not care. At least not as much as they did about those original Bungie games. Like, it's still a big franchise, don't get me wrong, I'm not completely deluded, but Microsoft had a game that was the gaming equivalent of Madonna in her Like a Virgin era and then insisted on pushing it into its American Life era as fast as humanly possible. Meanwhile, over at Nintendo, you've got games like Splatoon that started small and were able to grow more and more into becoming a big shooter franchise. You've got the Smash Bros. Games, which started out as a more small-scale gimmick game and evolved into one of the biggest fighting game franchises out there that keeps spawning imitators. Mario Kart just keeps chugging along as another incredibly popular game in a way that other kart games never did because they kept investing in the franchise and improving it. Sometimes they missed the mark, but because they were committed to making these games and continuing the series, they were able to get it to a point where Mario Kart is an established cornerstone of a Nintendo console that tons of people buy just in case they have some friends that want to hang out. Hi, got a kitty. When people talk about the Switch 2 that's seemingly not that far down the road now, they talk about when there's going to be a new Mario Party or Mario Kart or Smash Bros. Or Splatoon or Zelda or Pokemon or whatever else for it, because Nintendo has put in years, often decades, when people talk about the Switch 2 that's seemingly not far down the road at this point, they talk about when there's going to be new games in these franchises. A new Mario Party, Mario Kart, Smash Bros, Splatoon, Zelda, Pokemon, whatever else, because Nintendo has put in years, often decades, of work into entrenching these franchises into the culture of their studios and of their consoles. Even the ones where they've dropped the ball in some recent releases like Pokemon are still functionally cultural even for the games where they've dropped the ball in some recent releases like Pokemon, they're still functionally cultural institutions for a huge number of people. How many games exist like that from Microsoft? Now or in the past, frankly. Because they absolutely could have invested into making those kinds of staples for their consoles, but they didn't because they don't actually care. They never actually tried to make They never really tried to make Fusion Frenzy into a Mario Party competitor the way that they never actually tried to make Quantum Redshift into a Wipeout or F-Zero competitor. They threw some money at some studios to see if they could make a miracle happen, and somehow they got a miracle out of Bungie, so they got to survive for a while. But basically, everybody else just produced solid first entries that needed time to grow into successful franchises. And Microsoft didn't want that. It was a miracle or bust approach, and the only real change between now and then is that a miracle is no longer enough. Hi-Fi Rush was a miracle. Hi-Fi Rush was a miracle in terms of performance, and they still can Tango Gameworks because it wasn't enough of a miracle for them. And Sony, I mean, when the PlayStation 5 gets some games, we can revisit this topic with them, but they are guilty of a lot of the same stuff that Microsoft is. They just don't tend to throw around as much money for it. Microsoft abandons its games. It did it in the past with Fusion Frenzy, it's doing it in the present with Hi-Fi Rush, and I promise you that it will inevitably do so in the future with more of the games it bought up in this latest acquisition spree, including Overwatch. The reason it frustrates me so much is that people want these games. People are still hyped about Fusion Frenzy, even though it's old enough to rent a fucking car, and its only sequel was garbage that no one liked. It might not have been the most popular game in the world, but if it had been allowed to grow and develop, it could have absolutely achieved some sort of goal It might not have ever been the most popular game in the world, but if it had been allowed to grow and develop, it could have absolutely achieved that goal from 2000 of being a game that somebody could bring their friends over to play while they were hanging out and drinking a couple beers or whatever. By contrast, Nintendo is a pretty good example of how, despite very much so being a flawed company in their own ways, don't get me wrong there, there's real value for everybody. The investors, the developers, the studio, the executives, and the consumers in spending the time and money necessary to build up these IPs into their best possible versions. Microsoft does not know what it's doing, and its increasing monopolization of the games industry, coupled with a lack of willingness to enforce some antitrust Microsoft does not know what it's doing, and Microsoft does not know what it's doing, and its increasing monopolization of the games industry, coupled with a lack of willingness to enforce antitrust regulations, is a genuinely scary thing because of how many good games are being put at risk of becoming future victims. Not to mention all the good games that we never even got a chance. Not to mention all the good games that never even got a chance to come into existence because good studios like Tango were demolished by incompetent, uncaring executives. I'm still mad about Fusion Frenzy, not just because I'm inexplicably... I'm still mad about Fusion Frenzy, not because I'm just... This is the problem. Once I fuck up a line once, I'm going to fuck it up 3 more times. I'm still mad about Fusion Frenzy, not just because I'm inexplicably obsessed with this party game that's almost as old as I am, but because it's indicative of how Microsoft never learned anything when it came to this stuff. It was one thing in 2001 when they were still new to the scene, but at this point, it's clear that they know what the end result of their practices are, and they just don't care. It is only going to get worse because Microsoft is kind of too big to fail at this point. They have too much money to ever have to put a stop to acting like this, so we're going to see it happen again and again. If global warming doesn't put Microsoft's Redmond HQ underwater by 2050, we will almost certainly be having this same conversation again because this is just what the unregulated games industry is and does. And it is frustrating to know that we don't have the power to change anything because we don't have billions of lobbying dollars necessary to convince people in power that it should not be legal for the wealthy and powerful to destroy entire art forms in their selfish pursuit of even more billions of dollars at the expense of the consumers and creators. And on that lighthearted note, that's where we're going to end this video for now. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed this rant. If you did, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, do all that good stuff that the algorithm likes. Or no. If you did, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and all that other stuff If you did, be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and all that other good stuff the algorithm likes. If you want to see the behind the scenes on this video, the whole process of it can be found start to finish over on my VoD's channel. Link is in the description. This video was a Donathon reward, and if you're watching this on the day it comes out, the Donathon timer is still going on at twitch.tv/thevivaros. Something else that's still going on is the bonus Members Choice Poll, which was another Donathon reward for this month. Channel members pay $5 a month to vote on one topic per month, and their pick for May, Drag Queens, VTubers, and Jesters Privilege, should be coming out next week. However, since we hit a goal in the Donathon at $200, they're currently voting for a second one between these 5 topics. First, there's the toxic sword of Damocles in ranked Overwatch, a returning topic from February which would be about why the ever-present threat of toxicity in Overwatch, even if it doesn't manifest in every game, is such a problem. Next is who's writing Overwatch's history, a returning topic from November and March that would be about who gets to write the history textbooks in the Overwatch universe and why it matters when it comes to telling the game's story. Third up is stagnating and competitive, Third up is you stagnating and competitive isn't Blizzard's fault, a returning topic from April focused on explaining why it isn't Blizzard's fault that you're not constantly climbing in ranked even if you keep playing. And our final returning topic is Blizzard's Panopticon isn't working, from March and May focused on why the style of moderation used for Overwatch fails to actually moderate player behavior. Lastly, there is one brand new topic, Buried Stars and how character design can tell a story. After so many people responded positively to the mentions of Buried Stars in the Inescapable video, I figured I'd float a topic about the game for future members just in case they wanted to go with it. Anyways, this one would focus on how Buried Stars uses character design not only to tell the stories of those characters, but to increase tension and draw your focus in really clever ways. Voting is open between these 5 topics until midnight Mountain Time on Saturday, I can't read. I almost said 13th. Voting is open between these 5 topics until midnight Mountain Time on Saturday, May 18th. If no topic has a majority at that point, there'll be a runoff between the top 2 for another 3 days, with the winning topic coming out on May 31st. If you'd like to vote for one of these, you can become a member for $5 a month by clicking the join button below. Lastly, thank you to all my channel members Minnie Q, Olesp, Cage the Orc, Fish Toast, Alex Stone, Nemo the Survivor, Destiny, Yoshi of the Wire, Catlover192, Sourdough, Aluma Riley, Cadence, Windex the Great, V, Deleathers, Gavost, Marsh Alice, Crimson Cyclo, Jules Coolness, Good Guy Luis, Cactine Kushler, Ikri, Hallucigeno, MV, The Only Enigma, and Hazmat Baddick Games. Whether you're a channel member, a subscriber, or you just clicked on this video out of curiosity, thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you around again soon. And that's the video. Hold on, let me just really quickly cancel this. Recording and let's move back to the birthday Donathon screen. 4:55. 30, give or take. First try, no mistakes. Exactly. First try, no mistakes. Flawless. You bitches can't even spell Prague. But also, thank you for the hydration check, Dits. Sorry, once I kind of end up on a little bit of a roll, I just want to like get it done and get it figured out. I'll say hi, Jirai. Hi, Looney. Hi, Gabby. But yeah, so that's, I mean, this is a little bit different. Honestly, frankly, that one went way smoother than they usually do. Usually it is a lot of like going back and forth, especially for longer videos. It'll be like, sometimes I'll have to go take a bathroom break, whatever else. Like it's a process sometimes. But that one actually went pretty well. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm glad that you enjoyed it, Aston. Because we're gonna do the editing next, I think. We'll do the audio editing now, and then I think what we'll do is we'll come back and we'll do the background footage, the overlay stuff. This one, thankfully, is going to be a relatively simple edit for the most part. Oh shit, wait, we do have one issue here. Because we're going to have to figure out where we're going to put the, let me make sure there's nothing that's going to like dox me in here. I don't think there is, but I want to make sure. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I like this? Okay, for the background music, just so people know, what I usually do is I just like screen record. And I'm realizing that I was like, apparently in the past, I was like, it's fine if I just like screen record with a bunch of other tabs open, including things like with my full name. So that's fun. Should maybe not do that in the future, because I mean, to be fair, I didn't expect to be doing this here. Introduction topic. Oh, no worries, Joe. Yeah, no, I was oh yeah, I can unpin that that message now. Where is it? There we go. Unpin the message. There we go. It's out of the way. But yeah, no, that was why I pinned that, just to be like, if I ignore you, it's not because I'm actually ignoring people. It's just because I'm trying to get it done. I'm a little tired now. Anyways, we'll figure out what we're going to do in terms of avoiding doxing myself in the future, because right now, I don't think we have to worry about that as much. Let me just grab this last bit. God, I'm going to have to like smash together so many segments of videos for this final one. It's going to be kind of absurd. I'm going to copy paste that over into this file. Oh, is it just like not going to move over? That's so fun. Come on. Oh, okay, it is like a 6 GB video file apparently, so that might be why that's taking a minute. And also because it's still trying to make other stuff and it's just a copy, it's not moving the old one over. Anyways, we're also gonna just save this or save the project as something real quick, just so I don't end up exposing too much. Okay. Is this the right one? Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, it was. Just had to check. I'll rename it to audio. And now let me see if I can add this as a source real quick. There we go. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da. Just need to hide the ducks category, I guess. Okay. This is my video editing software. This is Wondershare Filmora. I don't know how I found this thing way back in the day, but I bought a license to it ages ago, and you will pry it out of my cold dead hands, because like fucking hell am I paying for Adobe bullshit. At least if I can avoid it. Hi Marsify, welcome in. We just finished doing the audio recording. Also, I shouldn't take off the jacket because someone did redeem that earlier. I just had to put it back on for the video. This isn't gonna be perfect, but it doesn't cut off much, does it? Cuts off a bit. Hold on. We'll put this in here and test it really quickly. Match to the media. Okay. How much gets cut off on your guys's? Did it not show the preview screen at all? What? I need everyone who said that I was... Why is that not... What is up with that? It should show the preview footage. Why is it not doing that? Hold on, let me just hide this for a second while I go and mess around with some settings. Oh, yeah, so that's part of that group. That's very fair, Fossil. I usually don't care for that shit either. But okay, how do I... I mean, I've never tried to stream this before, so I guess maybe that's part of it. Like, I don't know why it won't show you guys the preview of this. Because, like, in that top right corner, there's supposed to be a preview thing going on. Why is that not... Hold on. Sorry. Oh, did them... Wait. Which art piece was it? Who's the artist? Because I feel like if it was anything, it might be Gasai's. Because Gasai might have posted it up there. No, what was tossing myself. Oh yeah, that's fair. Okay, we have to restart the Filmora real quick and see if maybe that will allow me to do this. Because I didn't know that I wanted it to show the preview of the video. I don't know why it's like refusing to do that. That's so bizarre. Okay. Does it show now? No, what the hell? Why is it like doing this? Like if I swap to full screen, it fully doesn't show up at all. Is it like a separate window or something? Do I have to find like a separate capture for this? Wait, what if we go into here? Don't capture that. Multi-adapter compatibility. Oh, wait, capture method. That works. There we go. Okay. Thank God. I was really annoyed if that wasn't going to work. I guess we can capture the cursor here. I mean, it only cuts off a little bit of the edge, which still is not great. But I can, oh, actually what we'll do is we'll just shrink it a tiny bit. So this is gonna be a little bit more compressed. But that's okay. I'm not crying for that. Yeah, exactly. Just cry at people. I'm sorry you're going through it though. I hope you're feeling better soon. Sorry, I was like trying to be lighthearted and it turns out that maybe I shouldn't be. Anyways, okay. So this, for people who were here earlier, is the footage that we captured that you guys couldn't see this recording while I was doing it, but I could. That's where it crashed on us. You're kidding me. Did it just crash? Yes, past me, it did. Anyways, the worst part is this was the very end of the tournament. This was the last, like the last stage that we were doing. We had like what, 15 seconds left in the final match before we would get to the finale thing, and then we'd be good to go. And now I don't even know if I can use this specific footage. We might have to go back and capture a different one, but that's not really the important. We're using this one anyways for now, just so we can figure out how we're gonna format things, because this needs to be cropped. Which is extremely annoying to try and do, because for whatever reason, it's like, what if we didn't like balance this out in any real way? Like it was just kind of going based off vibes. That's gonna have to be close enough. Or is that? What if I? Oh, there's a lot more on the screen over there. God damn it! I don't think you can just like pick one side or the other to drag. Yeah, you have to drag both at once, which makes it especially frustrating for this. I think that's at least mostly in the middle of it. Let's put this at 91. There we go. Okay, so now that's our background footage. And what I think I've done in the past, hold on, this is where I will actually have to hide it for a second because I think it might show stuff I don't need it to show. Template stuff. Actually, it should be okay. So what I've done in the past was that I had like this little blank TV asset that I would use. I don't know if this will actually work for what we're doing right now. But I would use this. Oh, this won't work because I thought I had one that was like reformatted to be a square. Maybe not. Hmm. Because I mean, even if we did like do this with it, that would still look a little bit. Just delete this. I don't know how to remove that from the folder that we're using, so whatever, we'll just keep it there. And then we mute this because we don't need to hear the audio from this right now. And then we, like, even if we don't end up using this specific background footage, it's still good to have so we can have nope. The raw audio, which is a long ass file. It sucked too because they didn't even really bother to advertise it. What we usually do for this specifically is we go into here, we add a mask. Oops. Usually that's enough. And then we go scale 30. And I just put it off in the corner somewhere. The difficulty for this one is that it doesn't have the same layout as Overwatch. Like, this is the difficulty whenever I make anything that isn't about a game that's like got the same kind of standardized structure. So we would need to figure out where we're going to put him in all of this. We could put him in the top corner, I guess, but that still cover like. So we put him up here and made him like a little bit smaller, like 28. Then he wouldn't really interfere with anything, I don't think. There's not much up there except for the timer. Now can play the new ones with their own kids. Developing a party for a sec. It's like the problem with putting it there though is that it ends up blocking other stuff. So what if we put it like right here, right in the middle on this side? Yeah, see, but then it blocks like random other stuff. This one doesn't. Unsurprisingly, this game is not really built to have like an overlay put on it. And I don't want it to be bouncing around the screen a bunch. Like, 'cause I could keep on readjusting it. I just don't think that that would be like the best way to do this. Alternatively, what I can do is, give me a second. File, open this. Go into all of my. This is gonna be a bit of a janky solution, but maybe it'll work. Excuse me, I'm dying. Oh, there's not really a lot of room to make this like a squared shape, huh? Just did that. Because I don't want to leave it on just a black background. I don't think that looks nice. I don't want to put like some random image back there either, because that doesn't look good to me either. Does the full... Hmm. So I put this into... Let's try this. That... Okay. Oh no, that's not gonna work, is it? Hmm. We can square it up as much as possible, then maybe this is a solution. But even then, it's a little bit off center, isn't it? So this bit's still gonna have to go that far. And we want it to be like mostly even. I mean, we could distort this. Just like drag it to match the size of the TV. But that's just gonna end up leaving it looking warped as all hell, isn't it? Actually, it's not as distorted as I thought it might end up being. Doesn't really solve our problem of where to put that thing. Heavy summons the old fashioned way. Love that for you. Yeah, it doesn't really solve our problem of where to put our little guy. Especially because right now the TV is going to be in the way of that entirely, so we'll need to move him down here. Like, he'll need to be on top of the TV layer, otherwise I can't control him as easily. So, okay, let me find like a... I think putting him in that corner is kind of the best we can mostly do. Either that, or... Nope, I want to click this. If we make him big enough and just have him always blocking out the fourth player scoreboard, what does that look like? It kind of looks like shit because he's just like sitting there in the middle of the floor. And it is still blocking stuff it shouldn't be. This takes up a disproportionate amount of time whenever I make any video about anything that isn't Overwatch. Although, if I'm being honest, I don't actually hate it. I do hate that it's blocking scoreboards. What about like the top right? There's not much up there, is there? Let's try moving him again. What if he's up here? Actually, if we just like had him hovering here, it looked like he was lasering in the timer. Good enough. Also, I realized the TV does not actually stretch all the way, so we need to fix that a little bit. Which means we also need to fix this apparently a little bit. Into the margin a bit. Like, I could. I don't know. I just worry about that looking like a little bit messy. Like, if I had him like halfway, like if I had enough of the wall around this to fit more of like the background, I guess. I don't know. Let me see something actually. What if I... Image canvas size, like... That wasn't what I meant to do. Let's see if I can edit the original asset and maybe just like make it look convincingly like there's more stuff there or something. I don't know. See. Hmm. See. That actually might work. Hold on. If we just extend the shit out of this thing. VoD. Basically just need to make the outside wide enough to do that, and it might be able to work. Also, hi man, how are you? Okay, I think I might have found the solution that I'm looking for here. I don't know if you can hear me clicking. It's just me like moving shit around in a photo editor. Because I am a professional. By photo editor, I do mean the free paint.net. Because I don't know how to use anything else. What we're going to be trying to do here, I think, is basically just hoping that we can make this like because thankfully oh, that's not good. That doesn't work. Hold on. Because that's the bottom of that line of bricks. That's not good. What the top? Oh, the top actually. Oh, wait, that might work. Hold on. If we take this, move down to the very bottom. Nope, because that is an entirely different color. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're gonna try and see if we can use this. I was gonna try and recenter it before I export this PNG that we can maybe use, because hopefully that way I don't have to try and guess this shit. How wide is this thing right now? I think it is 2,000. 3,000. Okay. No, it's actually like very close to being centered already. Left side is 23 too long. So if we brought it down to let's try doing that and see if that helps. This is 1,500. So we'd also just need that to go minus 24. So 53. 53. I can't do math, you guys. This is going to be a real struggle for me to get this figured out. But there we go. Okay. This one should be the right proportions for this, which means that it's going to fuck everything up here real quick when we click on that. Yeah, but that's okay. That's what we were expecting. So now this thing, put it in the center. Actually, let me just shrink this down altogether so we kind of have more of an understanding of like where it can sit. But it should be good. Hi Blurb, welcome in. How are you? Oops, wrong thing. So what we're basically gonna want this thing to be is like just the correct shape. So long as it's the correct shape for this, we can kind of do anything else with it. We just need to get it to that point. Then we can just scale it up or down. This is not the right place to be frozen on this because it's way too hard to see what's going on. There, that's at least a little bit better. Nope. Oh, right, we need to like, because it might be possible for us to keep the full resolution of that intact now, actually. So we'll do that. It doesn't really matter. This just needs to be like the correct size for this. Actually, you know what? This does need to be a little bit bigger. Hold on. You're like 80. This way. Actually, hold on. Hmm. There'll be a little bit of trial and error here. So just because this thing doesn't like to do this way, it's not. Hmm. What would be the best way to do this? Oh yeah, duh. We'll just, if we do this as like 10. It's one, oh, hold on. Okay, so that's a little bit too wide, and also this needs to be shifted over a little bit that way. Maybe like right there. And this, oh, nope, 129, not 192, because I am very dumb, as it turns out. I have some background music or something going on doing this. I'm sorry, I'll figure that out right away. 127. And this thing needs to be like shifted. That looks about even to me. Okay, and the thing is we just don't, or we want to fix the Y scale as well. So what about 150? No, no, not that. Nope, fuck. $160. That 170 way too much, right? Yeah, only barely though. Actually, maybe not at all barely. Hold on. Let me just grab a sample color thing in here so we can see some contrast. And then we will put that layer on the bottom just so we can see everything through it. Because otherwise it's really hard to see like where this shit actually is. Nope, that wasn't what I meant to do. Huh. And look at that. Versus AI in Overwatch the first here. Jesus. I'm like AI. Or I've only played against AI, I think, a couple times in the last while because it was with Puppo. Wait. Okay, so this thing actually does need to be, the Y needs to be like 171, I think. Maybe 172. $173. That's too much. 172. Look at that. That's how it lines up. Hi, Apollo. This is so easy. This is nothing. We haven't even cut anything up yet. But look at that. Okay. So now we've got the TV in the correct shape, which means that even if we use different footage, we now have this as like our overlay, although it might be a bit of a bitch and a half to get it to like be where we want it to be, I guess. You might just put it like right, oh, it'd be a little bit off center, which would maybe be a little bit unsatisfying, but like, the real issue is that we can't adjust the overall scale without it like fucking with both of these. Like if we do this, oh, never mind, we can. Okay, I thought it would actually fuck that up. Okay, never mind, we're great. We are so solid right now. Because then what we might do is we might just put it a little bit off to the side here like this. Or like, if we shrink it down a little more. And we put it kind of like right here, maybe. We will have to arrange this and put it over here. So that's at least, oh, that's incorrect. Okay, back my sample color. Which one was it? Okay. Perfect. And now look at it. I mean, it still looks a little bit janky. Hmm. I mean, it's not the ideal, but also video games weren't really meant to be like this. They weren't really, trying to make this work at all is a little bit of a hatchet job, but I think this, I don't know, I think this looks fine. Hi, Kage. The video is Microsoft abandoned Fusion Frenzy, and I'm still mad about it. About my favorite party game when I was a kid, that Microsoft abandoned and hated. Yeah, I'm doing good, Kage. Hope you're doing good too. So, thankfully, this is like our first bit of the video. Oh, actually, we can also probably move my little guy a little bit over here so he's like more centered in the edge portion of this. It is still kind of insane to me to see this game like in such high resolution, because like this is not how this game looks on the original Xbox. It's still abandoning good games. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the, hold on. That is the finale of the video, or at least part of it. Hold on. And health. Because what the fuck is that? Top product page created for it, but not just Fusion Frenzy. If Microsoft has a reputation for anything at this point, it's slashing the Achilles of every studio it comes across and then wondering why they can't dunk. The more a studio or its IP ends up in Microsoft's orbit, the more it tends to suffer for it. Even for the franchise that made the Xbox a must-have, cultural phenomenon in its own right, to something that costs $500 million in development alone, only for people to file over at Nintendo. You've got games like Splatoon that started when there's Switch 2 that's seemingly not that far down the road. When people talk about the Switch 2 that's seemingly not far down, where they've dropped the ball in some recent, they absolutely could have invested into making those kinds of staples for their consoles, but threw some money at some studios. It was a miracle or bust approach, and the only real change between now and then is that a miracle is no longer enough. Hi-Fi Rush was a miracle. No. Yeah. Hi-Fi Rush was a miracle in terms of performance, and they still can Tango Gameworks because it wasn't enough of a miracle for them. And Sony, I mean, when the PlayStation 5 gets some games, we can revisit this topic with them, but they are guilty of a lot of the same stuff that Microsoft is. Oh, hey, that's where the game crashed. We got it to that point. But yeah, no. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush might need a sequel, but it is most certainly not getting one anymore. At least not a real one. Maybe a spiritual successor at most, but... Isn't Microsoft so cool and interesting and good at the stuff they make? I don't think Cuphead was it? Hold on. I mean... No, the developer and publisher was Studio MDHR, which I don't think... I mean, they're an indie group through and through. It was a timed exclusive for Windows and Xbox One, but I think that's about it. Yeah, they had like an early exclusivity thing, but it was not for very long. It was about... it released on Windows and Xbox One September 29th, 2017. Came to the Mac OS October 19th, 2018, which was, I guess, a full year. And then came to the Switch in 2019 and PlayStation 4 in 2020. So it actually was a decently long period. Yeah, that makes some sense, I guess. It feels weird to think of Cuphead as being a Microsoft or like an Xbox exclusive, though. You know? I always, like, I think about that game being played kind of everywhere. guess I didn't buy it until a lot later. I think I had it on like Switch, which probably was not the easiest way to play that game, but whatever. The studio probably did need the money, and like, you know, mostly we're able to get out of there unscathed-ish. Also, I just realized this is cutting off part of the edge of this. Let me see if I can just like adjust it a little bit more. You guys are also going to be seeing it a little bit compressed just because I have to try and the window size is not the exact size of this thing. Yeah, like it's the case with a lot of indie stuff too, is that they were always in a position of like, we kind of have to throw everything we can at this to hope it maybe turns out okay. Yeah, so the next stage of this, which is going to be really cool and fun and exciting for all of us, is going to, hold on, let me just cut to like, where's the actual audio recording begin? When did
There's something that
hold on, where is this? Check the earlier videos, hold on.
again, this is a big part of my process for making videos, which is sitting here for 25 minutes or more potentially.
Love that.
So a month or so ago,
It is weird hearing my mouse or my voice through the new mic. Yeah, so that was about 5 minutes of just preamble before we even actually got to recording the audio. So the full audio length for this video is, actually hold on, we can cut out some of the end too, because I know that that was part of what happened there. A subscriber, or you just clicked on this video out of curiosity. Thank you very much for watching, and I hope I'll see you around again soon. So that'll be the end. Let's show the preview of it. Why will it not just like tell me the length of this fucking clip? So that's about 50 minutes of audio that we're gonna have to edit down. I got a new mic, yeah. I can get right up close to this one.
so a month or so ago when I put out the inescapable video, I told you guys to use that video to establish a bench I hate, or even how strongly I can hate. I think it's pretty important for people to also know what I.
And we'll cut out the footage as much as possible to like the beginning of the tournament phase of this, I think. Because like for stuff like the trailers, I'll just grab other stuff for it.
Frenzy before, this probably sounds kind of bizarre to you.
Oh wait, no, this was we did one tournament and then I thought that there was an
You're
issue.
easily impressed.
Thank you for the follow, Wizard of Drunkenness. Welcome in. Oh, sorry, I didn't even see the chat. But hello, hello. It is a much better mic. What was it? Earlier we were doing Widowmaker quotes. Because I find that really funny. It was, hold on. I need to like take some water because my voice is a little hurt right now. Vivasmer sounds like something that you're really... Like, that's like a malady in a fantasy series. Like World of Warcraft, they had a plague of Vivasmer. Or it is a drug in the real world that is meant to cure something. It's really one or the other. Yeah, it was the thing from the Alive cinematic where it was like the when I was a little girl, I had a fear of spiders. I was told they felt no emotion, that their hearts never beat. But I know the truth. At the moment of the kill, they are never more alive. I apologize to people who have been here for this full experience, because you have heard many of them. That just sounds like a witcher. This was the point where I was just like trying to see if I could re-scramble to get the same characters, and we did get them once, and then I kept missing them over and over again. But anyway, this isn't gonna matter too much for this section. I might have to see though. Hold on. Oop, fuck. Because the thing is, I also want to get some Fusion Frenzy 2 footage, and the copy of that is at my parents' house, which I can run and go get. It'll just take some time. Hold on, give me one sec. God, my phone's melting. Also, could use a shower because I've just been sitting in like an overheating office for the last 6 hours or so. So that might not be a bad idea. Pause for 30 seconds. Fair enough. Okay, finally it's actually delivering messages. Me and my mom were having issues with our phones, like not sending stuff for however long. But yeah, so I'm gonna see with her if I can maybe run by and collect my copy of that game real quick, because I don't know if anyone's at home, but if I can, we're gonna pause here. Okay, so they are there. So we're gonna pause here. Now that we've like kind of figured out the rough outline of this, we're gonna go to Ducks for a little bit, just while I sprint out to the house. I mean, you know, pedal to the metal, drive out there as fast as I can, grab it, and basically run right back. And then we'll get into the proper video or audio editing of it all. God, look, there are so many VODs or like segments of the VOD and the recordings that I'm gonna have to put together just for this. It's gonna be crazy. Anyways, I think that'll be the plan for now because I need to go and grab that stuff and also want to procrastinate hearing all the editing and all that. Be careful. I will be, don't worry. It's not that bad. Actually, it was kind of raining today. Roads might be a little bit wet. I'll be careful though. Anyways, okay. I am going to... We're going to hide Filmora for a bit because that doesn't need to stay open while I'm gone, or at least not visible while I'm gone. We've got it saved. So much work for the first time. It takes a decent amount of time. I've got it down more to a science now than I used to. And it really does depend on the video. Like, actually, let me see if I can pull up the biggest nightmare of a video that I ever made. Where was it? Wait, do I even still have the files for that? Oh, I do still have, okay, that one might actually still be here. No, we're looking for the name. Wait, it should be higher up here. Where is it? Oh, no, I'm stupid. I have to scroll through 8 million of this. I only have the backup ones. Where are my like actual saves? Oh no, there should be in. Nope, not there. Videos in progress. 311. This one should be the. Okay, so this project is a little bit broken to shit that I'm going to show you guys because a bunch of my old video footage is just deleted because I guess, I don't know, I didn't want to continue doing that. Oh god, it's like lagging on my computer to even just get it loaded up. Let me show you what the worst one I made is. I'll open that one so I don't end up doxing anything that I don't mean to. This was for my, I have beef with whoever's running Overwatch Contenders. I wonder if I can show the full timeline of it. So this was what the timeline for this one looked like. This one was truly the worst thing I ever made. Because, like, let me show you really quickly. There's a bunch of broken assets so you can't see everything. But I had to make these fun little, like, you can't see the background footage and you can't see, like, the little logo I used to have in the corner. I had to make these little, like, tournament structures, for example. I had to manually make these, which meant going online, finding the logos for each of these groups, which is why, like, all these folders over here, if you look, you can see, like, there was this. I had to make this. This was Season 1 of North America 2017 Contenders. There's round 2 with the round robin, and then round 3 of the round robin, which round 2, I don't know why I showed round 3. This is basically just the same thing. Oh no, I was using the name round to like indicate like which, like the order that I needed to put them in. So it would be round 1 would show this. Round 2 shows winners and losers. Round 3 grays out the logos of the groups that lost. Round 4 shows the single elimination tournament between the top 4 teams or whatever. And then the top 2 for the finals, and then the winner of it all. And I had to do that for a lot of these. Some of them were more complicated, like this one, where they did a round robin. We had the same thing. And then there was a group stage between, I don't, was this other teams or was it the same teams? I can't even tell. I think it was this, the first ones were qualifiers to get into the group stage of this. And then I do the same thing. So I had to download all of these logos. Some of these groups did not really have a good logo that I could work with. So I had to like edit them. And then we had to make the elimination style thing for them. All of this would show on screen for like a couple seconds max. The worst thing about video editing is that whenever you try something, it's just going to be like you're putting in work that isn't going to matter. Let me see if I can find all the logos. Where are they? Oh yeah, these are like all the academy teams. Did I not have like a whole separate thing for just the team logos that I had here? God, that was so silly, the Overwatch League. But yeah, so I made a shitload of these. So like, I don't think you can even hear it anymore. The first were the, oh God, it will still play it. That's awful. Wait, what do we even hear if we do this?
The Atlantic and Pacific Showdowns. The Atlantic Showdown was between the champions in NA East, NA West, SA, and EU, while the second place EU team also got an invite, and the second place teams in both NA regions played each other for a sixth spot. And the Pacific Showdown was between the champions in Korea, China.
You can tell that I was not as
Australia,
confident
with the
talking in
second place
this.
teams from Korea and China also getting invites. Aside from the prize pools, teams were also competing to see how many invites their region would get in the gauntlet, which would take place after season 2.
Or like, what was this one?
Trials. Contenders tournaments were also 12-team single elimination tournaments, and not only were teams playing to qualify in future weeks, they were also playing for playoff points. The top team in a contenders week would get 100 points, second would get 50, third and fourth would get 35, fifth through 8th would get 20, and 9th through 12th would get 10. The top 4 teams would also qualify for week 2 of contenders, while the bottom 8 would go back down to week 2 of trials. In week 2 of trials, the top 8 would once again advance to contenders, but the bottom 4 would get sent back to round 2 of open division, where they would have to earn their way back into the tournament. Academy teams were immune from this, though. If an academy team's placement would warrant being knocked back to open division, they would instead get a bye to week 3 of trials. Week 2 of contenders had the same setup as week 1 of contenders, and round 2 of open division functioned the same as the first round. Week 3 of trials functioned the same way as week 1 of trials and was followed by week 3
I
of
had to make this
contenders,
whole
which
thing.
also kept the same structure from past weeks. Week 4 of trials was the final week of the season,
I
so
think.
instead of the bottom 4 getting pushed,
I think there was actually
trials,
a
they
graphic that
would
was
instead
similar to
direct
this,
the
but I
open
like had to
division
like
for the next
outline
season.
it maybe so I
After
could put
week
in
4
more
of contenders,
stuff.
the total points for all teams, regardless of how many contenders tournaments they qualified for, 4 regions, NA, SA, Asia, and EU, with 12 teams in NA.
What the fuck was
Australia
happening
and
here?
Korea ran a standard open division to kick off season 1. Australia skipped open division altogether and just went to a shortened trials, while Korea ran 3 open division tournaments, one for Japan, one for Korea, and one for high school teams in the region to enter. Trials in 2021 season 1 were all over the place. In NA and EU, the top 4 of 6 teams advanced.
Yeah, so like,
in Australia and
this
China,
was
the
just
top
like
2 of 4 advanced, and in
people
Korea,
weren't
the
gonna be able
top
to
2
see
of
most
10
of this shit.
advanced.
I don't know why I
Contenders
made
itself
these.
was also very weird. In NA and EU, they just ran 2 double elimination tournaments with the same 8 teams. In Australia, they ran a round-robin tournament with 6 teams, followed by double elimination playoffs with the top 4. In China, they ran 2 mini-seasons with the same 8 teams, starting with a round-robin tournament between all teams, followed by playoffs between
This
the
is
top
getting me
4
heated
based on
again.
points in each.
Remembering
In
the
Korea, they had
fucking
10
insanity
teams
of
split into 2
contenders.
groups that played round-robin tournaments, with the top 4 from each group advancing to a seeding tournament where they'd play a match against the other team from the other group with the same rank, with the winner getting the higher seed of the 2 and the loser of the 7th.
I can't imagine why contenders fucking failed. I
Then
can't
the
imagine why
final 7
no
would advance
casual
into the
viewers would tune into this
For
fucking
2021
abomination of a
season
tournament
2,
series.
they-
God, it still makes me mad because who fucking does this? Like, I remember talking to like family members of me, like, this may, like, nobody would watch hockey. The NHL would collapse in an instant if any of this was how anything worked. Anyways, now I'm going to go grab that game from my parents' house. We're gonna open up Plastic Ducks. And we're just gonna go on a break for like probably about half an hour, give or take. We will be back here shortly. I'll tweet something. If you follow me over on Twitter at the Vivros, I will put something over there as well to indicate that I'm going back. Actually, yeah, we'll do that. That'll be the way we do things. Anyways, I will see you there soon. Let me just get this really quickly sorted up. We're back. Hi. Okay, we're gonna save this real quick, and then we're gonna head back into editing. Apologies if I jump scared anybody. Oh wait, why is this not? YouTube Studio? Hello? Why are you not? Hello?
What is happening here? Why is YouTube Studio like not registering? Huh? Hold on, let me just figure out what this is, because that should not be the case. Hello? Oh, there we go. Weird. Anyways, now it's working again. All right, we're starting again at 6:39, basically. Good enough. Please ignore the fact that I said I'd take like 20 minutes and accidentally took like 40. I had to grab a shower because I've been sitting in a gross office this whole time and then had to drive out there, drive back. And then I got back home and I was like setting up the Xbox really quickly so that I could get the footage. And then I forgot that my Xbox Series X/S controller wouldn't work on the 360, which is fine because I have a 360 controller. And then I remember that one's battery has been dead since like I think when we did the Quantum Redshift live stream ages ago. So we're just gonna have to deal without that for a little bit. Anyways, also yeah, actually, ooh, wait, hold on. I'm not sure what exactly we're gonna do first, because on one hand, I really want to get some of this stuff done, but I want to wait until we can like, I want actually, I kind of need to restart the stream actually. Hold on, let me delete this recording real fast, and then we're just gonna turn off the stream and turn it on back, or turn it back on really quickly, because I'm going to need to download some of the footage from this. Video process went well. Hi Stitch. So far we've got the audio. Actually, hold on. I'll wait until we've restarted the stream, then I'll explain kind of where we're at and what's up. Yeah, I gotta restart it because I need to get the VoD downloaded from Twitch for some of the things that we're doing too. So, okay. Okay. I will end the stream for like 10 seconds. We'll be right back. I promise.